Oh, fucking hell, right. Excuse these blue light blocking things. Everything that could have got in the way of this live stream got in the way of this live stream tonight. Let me go in, just close this back door. Fuck me. So I thought I'll take the girls out for a bit of a walk. I'll leave myself with enough time to, do you know, they're shit they are. I'll leave myself with enough time. They don't fit all glasses. They certainly don't fit these. So I took the girls out. I thought, I've got plenty of time. You know, never be like that. Never think I've got plenty of time. Always think I've not got much time. That way, you don't apply any pressure to yourself. Hello, Michael. Happy Friday to you too. Happy Friday. Cheers. So I left it to, I did have enough time. So I got out the door and I was greeted with my neighbour. And whenever I see him, I always say, oh, just taking him out for their second walk. That's my hint, because I think anyone who's got a dog. Hello, Lana. You all right, sweetheart? Thanks for joining us. I'm sorry I'm late, guys. You know, wasn't my intention to be late. I aimed for 9 o'clock. But because I know he doesn't take his dog out, and I get irritated even more when people lie to me. I don't like being lied to. I don't lie to people. So I you know, call it selfish, but I don't like it when people lie to me, because I don't lie to anyone else. So when he says he takes his dog out at night and tells me where he takes it, then I work out the law of averages and statistics, which I love, and common sense. It's very, very clear to me that he doesn't take his dog out. So his dog's world is that backyard. So I don't fucking like that, you know. So I always like drop little things, little hints like, well, just taking him out for the second walk of the day. Took him out early this morning before it got too hot. Then I waited for it to cool down, so there's a bit of shade on the pavement, and take him out tonight. And he just wanted to show me the new car he's got. I've never been like that, you know. I couldn't give a fuck as long as it drives, as long as it's reliable. That's it. He's bought a nice, snazzy, sporty car, and he just look at this. And I'm thinking I couldn't give a fuck. I need to take my dogs for a walk, but I didn't want to be rude because anyway. So then I'm trying to kind of drop hints to leave, to take the girls for a walk. Because I'm thinking time is ticking a bit now. And I ended up going for my walk, and as I'm walking away, he says, I'm going to buy you a beer and leave it outside your back door. So then when I finally got back, the beer wasn't outside the door. I was praying that it'd be outside the door. No, he wanted to wait until I arrived for another half an hour conversation. Whew. Hello, Kel. And hello, Kirsty. Oh, she's even put it there in she's helping me out. You know, she knows I'm shit with names. I've made it clear that I'm shit with names, but I am getting better. I do think there's something in lion's mane. I do think there's something in it. I know there is. I just can't quite put it into words and explain to you what it is specifically about lion's mane. But it does something for your head. It does something for your neuro pathways. And I know I've said this before, but I don't understand why they're not giving it to early onset dementia and Alzheimer's patients. It makes pure sense. You know, if their minds, I mean, it might not prevent it, but it could slow it down. You know, that could be a relative or just a loved one, a friend, wife, husband, or mum, dad, that could have their memory extended a bit longer before they forget who you are. It might not work. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. But in my head, it works. Hello, Rayan. Thank you very much for that compliment. I'm not very good with compliments. Look, I'm blushing. Now I've just caught a bit of tan. Got a bit of colour on my skin. You can't really tell on this camera. First time I've sunbathed in that garden in nearly 5 years. Because, there just never seemed to be a right time to do it. It was never, the last time I sunbathed in there, apart from today, was with Sal. It was her birthday. It would have been her birthday yesterday. So, and AstroTurf, fuck me, that gets so hot. It's like a cat on a tin roof. Oh. trying to get to the shade before my feet caught fire. So it must have been rough for them, So I ended up putting loads of old sheets that I usually use for collecting up leaves and stuff from cutting the edge, letting all the hedge trimmings land on the sheets, and then just bundling the sheets up and then emptying them in the bin. Instead of fucking about with a brush. So I had loads of sheets laid out all over the AstroTurf so it didn't hurt their paws. Please, if you've got a dog, please bear that in mind. I know, I'm sure you do anyway. Their pads are very, very sensitive. They're used to, if you go back through their genetics, they would have run across like maybe the occasional little dirt rat track or whatever, but mainly on grass, which soaks up massive amounts of heat without burning your feet. And that rhymes. Oh, I'm already getting behind in the chat. Bear with me. Hi, I am here, but I will be popping in and out. That's all right, darling. Just got back from taking my daughter to get her wrist checked. She has hurt it at boxing. Was it against a bloke? Was it against an immigrant? Am I allowed to say that? I fucking have now. And you can't edit. You can't edit a live stream, and I wouldn't if I could. was it on an immigrant? Oh dear, Kirsty. I do apologise. Where are we? Hello, Jordan. So I remember JS Devon or Outdoors as Jordan. Sorry to hear your daughter. Yeah, I'm sure she'll be all right. If you don't get a punch just right, and you catch it, especially if it's on a because punch bags aren't square. Some of them are, but the vast majority of them are rounded, to give you the impression of a body. So you catch a punch a little bit wrong, and you can break your wrist because you're putting all your body behind it. So yeah, I hope she's all right. I hope she's okay and gets back into kicking ass again. I'm just chuffed to hear that your daughter is taking up combat sports. I can't recommend that highly enough to people. I really can't. Now more than ever. That's in poor dogs, such short lifetimes, but confined to only seeing the world in the backyard. It is, Lana. It really pisses me off. And every time I go out, that's why I've closed the back door so they can't hear this conversation. Because there are pros and cons to my next door neighbours on that side. Just cons with this one here. He's a nice guy. He is, but he's a bit of a bullshitter, and I don't like that. Don't exaggerate stuff. Don't bullshit. Don't lie. Always be honest, no matter what. or don't say anything at all. Either's fine. Either don't lie or don't speak to me. I'm happy with both. I prefer honesty. So yeah, the laws of averages is that he would take his dog for a walk, where I would take my dogs for a walk. It makes pure sense. Convenience, especially when you've got a lovely place like that at the bottom of your road, and then you've got West Park, which is a 5-minute drive away. I would expect to see him down there or down there. Never seen him out with that dog, ever. And he's been in there 7 years, something like that now. You know. Anyway, as frustrating as things like this gets, we get pissed off with other people. We get pissed off with other people's behavior. We get pissed off with the lack of other people's actions, especially now. And again, when you compare yourself to others and what you'd do and what you'd say and how you'd be, you're setting yourself up for disappointment, always. And you need to just remind yourself that you've got control of your world as much as you possibly can. We can't take control of other people's world, and yeah. If I knew that my two wouldn't eat their dog, then I'd probably take him on and give him a life. They're sentient. Yeah, I'll mention to Ruth, aka Butterfly, that dog is God spelled backwards, and they are angels. They are. Anyway, let me just catch up on all. I'll be as quick as I can. Let me just catch up. I don't want to fall behind. And then start reading messages out that were from half an hour ago. Luckily, she has pulled the ligaments, so needs to rest for a few weeks. Yeah, when you pull your ligaments, it's very similar to a twisted ankle, because a twisted ankle is the same thing. It's you've warped the ligaments or the tendons sometimes, and that can lead to permanent. It can, not always, but it can lead to permanent weaknesses. So just need to take it, maybe get a bit more strapped up around the wrists for support, which is dead easy to do. Don't overdo it, because you end up cutting the blood supply off to your hands. But you see a lot of boxers doing it. There's loads of videos on YouTube on how to I've forgotten the term of it. It's gone. I don't know why I did that. It's not windy in here. Punch the bag too hard. It's better to hit it too hard than too soft. But it's even better if you can punch the bag and just make contact with it. So you're just literally just making the bag move just a little bit. And if you can do that, then you've managed to create really, really good control of your punches. If you can do that, then you can do anything really, punch wise. But yeah, I like the fact that she's an enthusiastic fighter. Hello, Ruth. You all right, darling? Thanks for joining us. Yeah, Ruth's got a channel. I better stop moving now. The last 2 hours have gone. So I'm going to do everything very slowly for a little while. Yeah, so fucking hell. I've got the live stream on my phone. I've got the live stream on my phone. It was like an echo, just an echo of me saying, fucking hell, because that's how I feel. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Oh my God. I built up a bit of a sweat, you know? Oh, tech. You know, it's 2025. 2025, everything's meant to be better, isn't it? I'm not convinced. So I'm able to move around now. Ish. I'm just this is like a visual version of testing 1 2 3. I just want to make sure that I'm not jerky or glitchy. No, we seem to be okay now. Right, I think that's it. I think we're done. You know, lost loads of people, and some people have a short attention span there. Fucking, this is doing my head in, and they do one. You know, what a shame. What a shame. Yeah, I'm back, Joanna, and thanks for joining us. I was trying to keep an eye on things on my phone because I can still do that, fortunately. Just to see if what was what, and it gave me a chance to read all the comments. So I'm up on all the comments now. I'm fully caught up, so I won't be falling behind. Can see you and hear you clear now. Thanks, Lorna. They may have left this one thinking you may start a new live stream. I did think about that. Hello, Ruth. Yeah, I'm glad to be back as well. I think we're all good to go now. I don't think we'll have any more issues. Touch wood. There's lots of wood in this front room. In fact, this table, it's not got a single screw or bolt or anything. This entire solid hardwood table is just made with wedges, you know, wooden wedges, and dovetails, and really, really old table, you know, not a single bit of metal. I love this table. It will last forever. You tried to call me. Oh my God, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, I've got no missed calls, Lana, so I've got absolutely no idea. No idea. Yeah, just one of those things. It's thrown me a little bit because we were just starting to get into flow there, you know, and when you start getting into flow and something like that happens, it does me head in. It really does me head in. I don't know if any of you guys have ever done a live stream, but you just want it to just go nice and smoothly. And then when you start to develop that initial flow, which is the precursor of a half decent live stream, hopefully, and then you lose it all like that, it gets on your tits. I thought those days were over, but anyway, we're back now. That's the silver lining. We're back now, so let's just crack on. We're all right. Yeah, I'm not stressing it. I'm not stressing, Joanna. I'm good to go now. Now we're live. We're back in the game, you know. I just got 3 times dull beep, 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 and unable to connect on my screen. Anyhow, glad you're back. Yeah, I don't know. 77th Brigade. Nah. So this is one of the reasons why I keep the channel small, so people like that stay off my back, because I haven't got enough reach. And it helps us to, yeah, I'm sure that I'm on some sort of list, and I'm sure that a chunk of you guys, if not some of you guys, but some of the people that will be watching this on the replay will be on some sort of list, and then we'll be graded as to what sort of risk we are. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. And I couldn't give a flying fuck. Really couldn't, because it is what it is. But keeping the channel small does help for us to continue with the channel. The chances of them taking a channel this small down is very, very, very slim. Very slim. I'm defo on several. And no fucks given. Yes. The perfect attitude, Lana. No fucks given. Absolutely none. What was I going to say? Bear with me. We'll get back here. This is what happens when you lose your fucking flow. And it's been like that from leaving the house to take the girls for a walk to now. Everything's got in my way, Oh, it's David's in. I'm in for a challenge in reading some Scottish chat. I'm defo on a list. Pass myself laughing. Evening tea and all in chat. Hope you're all well. I know that our Scottish members of our little tribe think that my Scottish accent is proper shit. Someone even turned around and said, it's a bit more Irish, Terry, than Scottish. It's a little bit more Irish. So that's how good I am at accents. I do a good African accent. I came to England to find a better life for myself and my family, but I decided to come on the boat. And when I get here on the boat, when I turn up, I think to myself, actually, I don't need to bring my family with me because I get everything I need here. I don't want to be sharing this with my wife and my 17,000 kids. I want to be able to do this all by myself. I get a phone as soon as I get off the dinghy. Then I get a hotel. As soon as I get to the hotel, I get everything I need. I get monies. I get card. I get phone. I got everything I need. I don't want my wife to be here with me, going like this all of the time, when there's plenty of women out there that must love me. That's another point, when you've got hotels with, say, 200-300 fighting age men, all horny, right, in a place where not one single person that lives anywhere near them. Generally, I'm sure there are some cases here and there, right, where it doesn't apply, but minute, almost, unnoticeable, right? So they're going to be surrounded by a community that wants absolutely fuck all to do with them, nothing to do with them. So you've got all of these young fighting age men that are horny, and that's another risk. That's another big problem. Just saying. Yeah, there was an echo. It's okay. You are saying everything twice on audio. Am I? What still? Right, let me see if I can figure out what's going on there. Is it still happening, Lana? Because I don't think it's anything my end. I've just checked my phone to see if it was if the live stream, if I still had the live stream playing on that, and it's not on there. So can anyone else hear me echoing? I can't believe it's just one little fuck up after another little fuck up, when all you want to do is flow. Not much to ask, But yeah, I don't understand technology Joel. You don't understand technology, and I don't understand that word, Joanna. So that makes us up, that puts us on an even keel. Right, so no one else can hear an echo. Can I get a second opinion on that from anyone, just so we can get going, you know? Because I've watched live streams where there's been an echo, and it's irritated me so much that even though the content was good, the echo just did my head in that much that I ended up leaving. I ended up leaving the live streams. It happened a few times. Right, brilliant. Thank you, Kirsty. Much appreciated. Right, so we're all right then. We're all right. Right, sound. Yeah, how bizarre is that, Alana? Eh? But yeah, you know, going back to these migrants, right? So say the average age of these migrants in these hotels, or cockroaches as I like to call them. But again, the challenge is that not all of these people are going to be bad people. Some of them are going to have a really good moral compass, good, decent men, you know. But because the vast majority of them, in my opinion, aren't that way, they're all tarred with the same brush. I mean, as we go along, we become our level of naivety gets lower and lower and lower and lower. The more we learn, and the more we learn, and the more we put things together in our heads, right? So, does anyone remember me telling you about when I went out clubbing with my MMA club, right? And I was talking to a couple of bouncers, and we had some right proper banter. You know, they were both African, and they were the bouncers. One had like really short dreadlocks, the other one had a shaved head, and I had a right good conversation with them. You know, and I don't know if anyone remembers me saying, but I mentioned to one of them, I said, what do you feel? How long? First of all, I said, how long have you been here? And one of them turned around and said, 5 years. And I said, how do you feel about all of these people coming in illegally and just being given hotels and, you know, free food and free phones, free clothes and free transport, you know, the list goes on, free everything. And this African bouncer turned around to me and he said, we feel cheated. We feel cheated. Now, in order to get a job as a bouncer, all you need is an SIA license. And a massive chunk of these people are coming straight off the boats, dropping all the stuff off at a nice hotel, little boutique hotel, you know, or a castle somewhere fucking nice. And then they either start doing the whole Deliveroo thing, or go and work at car washers, or in the back of Indian restaurants helping out pot washing and stuff for extra cash. But then a chunk of them, the ones that get SIA licenses, they're becoming part of the mob that are trying to take people's homes away from them illegally. And they're also given jobs as bouncers. So when I mentioned about having a chat with these very, you know, jovial bouncers, I mean, I got on really, really well with them. There was no language barrier. I didn't pick up on any negative vibes from them, nothing. But someone did ask me, did I ask them why I thought they were all coming? And I didn't even think about it. You know, I didn't. But, you know, on reflection, now I know about the whole SIA licensing thing and the fact that they're just piling in there. I don't think those bouncers had been here 5 years. You know, again, as time is passing, we're becoming less and less and less naive about things, and looking back and reflecting on things and drawing different conclusions the more we know. So they were just cheap doormen. I mean, if you want a proper good quality experienced bouncer, you know, you're looking at like £300 a night. You get someone in with an SIA badge that's just got off a dinghy, 50 quid. They'll do it for 50 quid. So if you've got 2 bouncers, that would be 600 quid at a bar or a club. 600 quid for 2 bouncers. Then you add on top of that your staff, the factoring in the wage of the owner of the club, all of that stuff, you know, and they'll do it for 50 quid because that's an extra 50 quid Friday night, Saturday night, or 100 quid Friday night, Saturday night, and that's a big chunk on top of the money that we are already giving them. Where are we? Outrider, you've got #2. You're a super fan apparently. I don't know how many it goes up to. I've seen a 3. Vicky, is that Vicky, my sister Vicky, or is that another Vicky? Can you please confirm? You know, whenever I see the name Vicky, I just think of Sticky Vicky from Benidorm, and now she's you know, hung up her whatever it is that she hangs up. You know, she's done now because she's an elderly lady, and her daughter's taken over now. So I don't know if she's called her daughter Vicky as well. She's thinking, you know, after she's given birth and she's holding her for the first time, and she's thinking, you see, I've built up a really, really big business in Benidorm, and all of that's going to be yours one day. You will be Sticky Vicky too. Can you imagine wanting that for your kid? Oh, very lucrative because she's famous. But yeah, that's what I think of when I hear the name Vicky. If you say Victoria, it takes it away because it adds a little bit of class to it. But Vicky, Sticky Vicky. Anyway. I'm just going to find my cat. Is that a metaphor, Joanna? Let me just go and close the back door again. I opened it because the live stream crash made me a little bit flustered, a bit hot under the collar. But I don't want loads of things flying in, and you know, it's a death trap for them in this house. Already in the house. Oh. Yeah, I've got both fans going on in the front room for the girls to go and chill out. It's mad, you know, because when we first moved in, the bathroom floor, it's got underfloor heating, but it's got like some sort of thermostat that can test the temperature of the air. So if it's warm, the heating, the underfloor heating goes off. So it's the only floor that's tiled. So it's the downstairs toilet is the coolest room in the house during the summer, and the warmest room, unless I've got the heating on, you know, or a fire going in the front room, is the warmest room in the house. Yeah. We can be brother and sister if you want. But no, I'm just Vicky. your follower. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Vicky. It will help me. It normally, when someone's got a YouTube handle that's not their actual name, it throws me sometimes. So, but my recall of names, which I've got name blindness, and there isn't really a title for it. We've got a title for everything apart from name blindness. I've looked into it, and not everyone uses their real name as their. I mean, Ruth only recently changed her name to Butterfly. Yeah. Anyway, Cat is back. I'm glad, Joanna. No worse than losing your pussy on a Friday night at 10:30, because it can get dark down there, you know. Anyway, right. So yeah, I was watching a video earlier on, and I can't remember his name now, but there are lots of channels out there of people, you know, that are being run by people that we would consider to be. That looks more like a mouse, Lana, than a cat. Is that meant to be a cat? And it looks like it's got a nose like a pig. Oh, did you know that they're trying to? Again, you know, when you look back at films, right, and you just think, now people like us, we look back at films back then, and we now realise that a lot of these films that we watched back then, going back quite some time, were precursors and pre-programming. Loads of them. Absolutely loads. Just loads and loads and loads of films that were just giving little indicators here and there, and, you know, just to get into your head, just to program you. I mean, so you imagine what it must be like for all these people that are still watching mainstream TV, you know, and believing that everything they're hearing on the news is the truth. Can you imagine going back to that? Yeah. The saying "going against the grain" couldn't be more appropriate than for people like us, because we couldn't do it. I could never go back to watching normal TV. I'd just get angry all the time at the amount of lies, because they put one little thread of truth in there and then they exaggerate it and then lie around it. So people will look at the main subject of whatever it is the news is reporting on, and they might do a quick Google because they know someone's a conspiracy theorist like you, right? And it'll come up and it'll go, yeah, it's right. It's right. So it must be right. We've got quite a fucking job on our hands, you know? And again, it's the amount of times when I've just thought, and it's not good to think like this, but the amount of times I've thought to myself, it would be nice to get rid of a load of idiots off the planet. Just get rid of them. So then we know what we've got to work with. But that's off the back of frustration of seeing them not seeing what we're seeing. And frustration can lead to some really, really, really negative emotions. And that's not good. It's not good for us. And people that you might think are write-offs, they could watch something or overhear a conversation that's backed up stuff that you've said to them. Because I'm hearing it all the time. When I go to the pub, you know, I can listen to the person I'm talking to, but also be listening, you know, to the ambient stuff around me. And there are so many conversations going on now, more now than at any other point since COVID. So there are more and more and more people talking. Yeah, back then we were absolute nut job conspiracy theorists. But people are stuck. But because of people like us just planting little seeds and leaving it at that, unless they want to sort of get to know, if they want to know a little bit more information, then we just give them what information they want, you know. And then eventually the kind of things will happen and they'll put 2 and 2 together and make 4 instead of 5. I'm drinking some homebrew tonight, Black Forest Stout, dark cherry stout, mate. 18 litres of what to me sounds like the potential for my tongue to have a fucking orgasm. It sounds amazing. Vicky is my real name, so at least you'll remember my name. Lol. I will, on top of the fact that I've got a sister called Vicky, so that does help. But I do think that long-term use of lion's mane is extremely beneficial to your mind, because I'm starting to remember names better now than I ever have done in my entire life. I've always been name blind, always. So I do think I am putting that down to lion's mane, and maybe the detox, the really dark detox that gets rid of heavy metals out of your body, a combination of lion's mane and maybe that, and it's cleaning my brain a little bit. And I've got my new kit on the go now, and I was about to leave him negative feedback because I bought it. When did I buy it? Please get lion's mane in, guys, if you've not got it already. And I found a cheap seller of what started me off on lion's mane. I think I might have showed it you before. Yeah, so this new kit, I mean, I bought it like within the first week, 10 days of June, and it's only just starting to blossom. Only just. But this is the one that I got started off on. 2,000 micrograms or milligrams or whatever that mg stands for, with black pepper in it. And these are way stronger than my supplements, and I take 2 of them size O capsules a day, every day. But I did notice that I kind of, when I came off these and started taking my own, it was less intense. It was less intense, but mine's organic. You see, I've got absolutely no idea where these were produced. But if you can take a screenshot of them, so you know exactly what you're looking for, and this bottle here costs about a tenner. Some sellers are selling it for like 19, 20 quid. Exactly the same. Yeah. So if you're going to consider start taking lion's mane, which I would recommend to anybody, but then having said that, remember, some people are allergic to certain funguses, and so it might be worth just maybe having a little bit of a nibble on one of these tablets first. You know, some people are allergic to some mushrooms, and I don't want to be responsible for people ending up going downhill off the back of something that I've recommended. Right. But yeah, that does sound nice, David. Really, really nice. I'm about to buy some more of those big bottles that you make wine in, demijohns. I need at least another 5 of them so that I can make twice as much as you have, but with cider. Who do we class as idiots? It is quite broad, because people people come across as idiotic in different ways, you know. And I think one of the reasons why people like us get so frustrated is because everything's fairly clear and in your face to us. But I think part of that is because we've relinquished that bubble that some of us may have been in, you know. And instead of being on the inside of the jar looking out, we're now on the outside of the jar looking in. Where was that? So yeah, it's quite broad, Joanna, who our class is an idiot. I think people who refuse to even give you a chance to give your opinion on something, or at least give you a chance to give your take on something without them thinking, conspiracy theorist, fuck off. You don't know what you're talking about. When in actual fact, that's the other way around, you know? Welcome back, Kelstorm. Would it be cheaper to buy a whole lion? No. The last time I bought a lion from an African arms dealer, it ate everyone's dogs and cats. So I had to give him up, you know. But I loved that. I called him Aslan. He used to sleep in my wardrobe. Oh dear, Terry. Terrible. After C19, my mum said to me, wish I had listened to you about C19. Then she said about the sky trails, the penny is slowly dropping. Same here, Jordan, with my dad. The pennies are dropping. £10 is a good price, Terry. It is, Ruth, yeah, for this stuff, because I'd never tried lion's mane before I started growing my own. And because I don't know what fillers they use, and I don't know what sort of conditions were used in order to grow that amount of lion's mane to make it that strong that they were able then to compress it right down again. So that must be, you know, being made, this particular brand being made on a mass scale production. And the bigger the scale of the production, generally the lesser the quality of the product. So even though me taking 2 of my own lion's mane capsules, it still does the job. It's not as strong as them, but mine's organic, and that makes all the difference. But yeah, seeing it at double that price though, Ruth, it's ridiculous. Right, I'll get through these first, and then I'll tell you about something I'm trying to do to benefit everyone. That's great. Glad you're getting there. Meowed. Oh, meowed. I like that. Oh, Meowed Gal is still in denial. Zombieville watches too much TV, even though everything I've warned her about come to be. Yeah, it's a tough one, David. You're not on your own. There are a lot of men out there that are with girlfriends, wives, that are just not on board with any of it. Again, it's been the most divisive psyop in human history. She might come round one day, David. Put a shout out for demijohns. Someone has got some they no longer use. It's on my list of things to do there, Joanna, because it's definitely something I need. That tub of lion's mane you held up, does it have bulking agents, fillers instead? Fillers listed? I don't know. You see, this is the thing. Mine don't have any fillers or anything to bulk them out. It's pure thing, pure. It just says lion's mane from 133 for AG 15 to 1 extract, providing 66.7 milligrams of polysaturates, and then 1 milligram or 10 to 1 extract of black pepper. That's all it says. It does make me wonder, if there's some sort of loophole where they don't need to tell you exactly what everything is in certain products. Like, look at wine, for example. There's no ingredient list on a bottle of wine. Yet I know the processes some of these bottles of wine go through. So if you're allergic to, say, fish, for example, I don't know if that's even a thing, if you can be allergic to fish, any kind of fish. But I know that in the use of making white wine, at least, they do use fish guts in order to help to clean the wine and make it clearer, to strain it to, So, that's the right put off. I won't even buy a burger from Burger King because I know that they cook their chips and their burgers in the same fat as they cook their fish. That's how terrible is that? How ridiculous is that? But no, Lana, it doesn't say anything about agents or fillers. Nothing. Michael, the most economic way to grow your own lion's mane is just to buy the spores, but you will need hardwood chippings for a substrate for it to grow on. Oh, it sounds like a lot of fucking about now, mate. But mine is starting to take off now. But it's took, so start, I think a week, 10 days into, so it's took a month for me to finally start to get lion's mane growing on that block. A month. Ridiculous. Yes, I got some free off Facebook. I have 3 different types of vinegar in them, as had loads of vinegar bottles hanging around. So have malt, apple cider vinegar and white vinegar in them. Save space. Yeah, it's a great idea. Brilliant idea. And vinegar just doesn't go off. I can remember when I was about 15, 16, there was a woman and she was about 50, 55, something like that. And she had jet black hair, right? Never dyed it. Not one streak of grey in there. And I can remember my mum saying, how do you manage to keep your hair jet black like that? How are you, pet? Look at the fucking state of mine. And she just said vinegar. She washes her hair with vinegar. But yeah, what I need to do is open a completely new account on Facebook because I'm still shadow banned on there. It still looks like I'm sending a message or a comment, but it goes nowhere. So I'm thinking of getting a separate account for that. And start looking around on Facebook Marketplace, and because I don't want to download Messenger as well. I don't want to download too much shit onto my phone, but I do need to get some demijohns, and I don't want to think, well, it's only the 11th of July now. I've got plenty of time, and then be thinking that in 3 months' time, before you know it, everyone's bought up demijohns because they've all thought we need to make our own drinks because we can't afford the shop anymore. Saying that though, I just buy the kits for now. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Michael. You know, we're in touch, mate. If you do decide to go down that route, let me know how you get on. If it works for you, then I might give it a go, because those little syringes with the spores in, they're a fraction of the cost. They're about £7, something like that. So you're saving at least 2/3. But it's the fucking about to make sure you've got the right substrate for it to grow and thrive in. You know, I mean, I saw a picture of your first crop of lion's mane, and it blew me away. I've had nothing like that. Kelstorm, great tree health food shops do organic lion's mane powder under £5 for a tub. Lasts me ages. Whoa, that's pretty good. Let me write that one down. Although I'm growing my own, but I would love to get fully stocked up on the stuff, because I'm telling you, it works. I've never ever thought with so much clarity. I'm even remembering names, which I haven't done my whole life. You know, so much clarity. Grape tree health food. It always helps if you use that end. Great tree health food. I'll look into that. Thank you for the heads up. Always appreciated. And I'm also chuffed that you use lion's mane as well, Kel, because I think a few more people are getting into it now and realizing that it really does help. You know, it's bye brain fog. My partner is fully on board. I'm so glad we think a lot alike. Feel blessed. Meant my mother Zombieville. Ah, right. Okay, fair enough, mate. Because I know of people who's and some of our little tribe whose other half is just not on board at all, and I can't imagine that. You know, I'd have to split up. I'd have to leave. I've always said, don't just stay with someone for the sake of it. And there'll be people out there that'll be thinking, yeah, but the world could end tomorrow. I don't want to be on my own. I'd rather be on my own than be with someone that just doesn't get me. Because at least when I'm on my own, I know I get me, you know? And that makes a big difference. It matters. It matters. So if you've tried everything in the book with your other half and you're still not getting through to them, you might as well be living with a stranger and be single, because that sort of thing will affect every aspect of your life with that person. You know, whether it's your husband, your wife, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, it's going to affect everything. You know, the level of depth or lack thereof of communication and conversation. Because you've lost that connection with them that you had when you first met, because of the nonsense and the fact that they're still brainwashed. That's going to have an effect on your sex life as well, and sex is really, really important in a relationship. It keeps you binded together. You know, there's more to it than just, oh, that was nice. There's a lot more to it than that. It's that connection. Fish finnings. I've got no context on that, Kel, but it rolls off the tongue. Wine, grapes, and alcohol. Yeah, I know, but it's making the wine. It looks like a lot more fucking about than making cider. Cider's just stupidly easy to make. Where are they? They do it with cider too, but Strongbow, or at least with vegan, no fillings used. Fillings used. Yeah, yeah, they do. Yeah, this is why I love making my own cider, and you drink it, and it's like you can tell that it's organic, and that makes a difference. It's the same as you cook a curry from scratch, and then you eat that curry, and it's like, yeah, what's the fucking dog's bollocks that is. But then you open a jar and then taste that. It's a massive difference. They are worlds apart. Even though you've just cooked a chicken tikka from scratch, this jar says chicken tikka or tikka masala, right? You taste test both of them. One will taste amazing. The other one will taste synthetic and shit. So yeah, and so the same applies with, you know, making alcohol. If you make it completely organic, you're going to taste the difference. We have one of those shops. I will take a look. Thanks. I've never heard of it. You may well find other things of use in that shop too. I've never ever heard of it. I'm assuming they might do mail order. I'll have a look into it. I've got it written down, so I'll have a look. I like popping in there. Sometimes they've had reduced items. Sounds like a good place to pop in. I think being on our own takes a bit more getting used to. It takes practice. Well, I'm a loner by nature, Joanna, so it's never really affected me. I've never minded my own company, and just, you know, it doesn't bother me. I think most loners would agree with that and relate to that. We don't feel the need to be around loads and loads and loads of people, because we're contented in our own company. But I do think spending time around people is healthy. It's good. And to anyone moving forward, in the storm just farted, and it's just so bad. I'm surprised you can't just see like a yellowy brown mist coming up at, because it's rough. It's rough. I've forgotten what I was going to say now, because that's offended my nostrils. Kind of stings a little bit. Yeah, being on your own. Some people don't like being on their own. Some people don't mind it. Some people prefer it, because it can make life less complicated, you know. But as a loner, I can understand where you're coming from, but I can't relate, because I'm not like that. I'm quite happy on my own. It would be nice to get, you know, to get to meet someone at some point, but they'd have to be properly awake, you know, properly, not just one foot in and one foot out, half-assed, you know. But then I've also thought, would that be a recipe for disaster? But then I don't think it would. Because you'd be able to share ideas and come up with solutions as a collective, as a couple. So yeah, it would be nice to. But then I feel bad just saying that, because I know that it was Sally's birthday yesterday, so it feels inappropriate. But I do mean what I say. It would be nice to, you know, eventually, because Sally said, get with someone, you know, don't be on your own. But it's easy. It was easy for her to say that and me to do it, you know. But yeah, it would be nice to get to know someone in person, and maybe, you know, but they would have to be clued up. They wouldn't necessarily need to know as much as I know or as much as you know, but at least on the path, you know. Who knows? I mean, they say things like that come to you when you're not looking. So, fish finnings used to clear up wine and alcohol. That's right, Cal. Yeah, gross. Absolutely gross. You know, sure, there could have been something else they could have used. Which is why I generally, apart from that bottle of wine I bought yesterday, I'll buy organic wine because it doesn't need to be filtered with fish guts or whatever finning is. Finnings. I mean, oh man. Crap Cully. Hello, Lily. You all right, darling? Good to see you. It's very, very good to see you. I was watching a video the other day on downtown Seattle and some of the problems they've got there, and it's so terrible. It's so terrible. And there was one place where I'm not sure if this was Seattle or somewhere else, but they were, what's the name of that drug? Fentanyl, right? You've got NGOs now. NGOs. If I got into power tomorrow, the first thing I'd do is stop spraying the skies. That would be my number one, right? Then it would be get anyone that's not documented out of this fucking country. Well, where can we put them? I don't give a fuck. Stick them in the desert, on a massive boat somewhere, you know, whatever. Just get them the fuck out and do it the proper way, through the right channels. So yeah, anyway, there are NGOs in America that are dishing out free fentanyl to people. You couldn't make it up. You couldn't make it up. And I was watching something else, and this guy said that the ultimate weapon of mass destruction is drugs and alcohol. So anywhere that was okay and healthy to go to during lockdowns, you couldn't access them. But if you wanted to get pissed and eat shit food, you could fill your boots. But yeah, I've seen a lot of bad stuff going on in Seattle, Lily. These NGOs, you know, and the NGOs, non-government organisations, they're put in place to do what they do because it's unlawful for the governments to do it directly. So they have NGOs to do it, and that would be my next. Would be to shut down every single NGO and Quango. Just get rid of the lot. I'm glad you like that side of Michael. You know, you can taste the love in it. You know, and you could smash your way through a bottle of that and you'd get no hangover because it's just 100% natural. You don't even need to add yeast to it. You know, it does it all. It does it all. You can't go wrong. Tikka is an English creation, if I'm right. That is correct. I'm not sure if it was either Birmingham, Manchester, or Sheffield. Oh, I need to have a look now. This won't take me long. I'm really, really sorry. But yeah, chicken tikka. I mean, I love a chicken tikka, but I'm sure a masala isn't British. I think that's Indian. What city invented the chicken tikka masala? Or any kind of masala? Whoa. Does anyone know where chicken tikka masala was originally claimed to be invented? Because I didn't know that. To David and Lana, it was created for the first time in Glasgow, Scotland, the home of girders and deep fried fucking Mars bars and the kilt. But again, that's drafty, you know. So Scottish Kel, apparently, not English, but still the UK, you know, certainly not Indian. I'm okay on my own once I do it. Yeah, well, I think a lot of people, you know, my stepson, he didn't like being on his own. He hated it. He hated it until he got his own flat and experienced being forced to be on your own, completely on your own. And it doesn't bother him now. Again, they're just, these are all things that just make you stronger. Learning to be on your own can be a challenge if you've never been on your own. And then once you learn to be on your own, learn to sit silently on your own without any distractions, in complete silence for half an hour to an hour every day. That's even more alone because you've not got any distractions. Being with the right company is important. I agree. I too am happy alone. Other people's dramas do my head in. Yeah, me too. I have got to get up at 5 on the farm to make a coffee and disappear. That sounds very kind of, yeah, very to the point. But yeah, you've got to get up at 5 a.m. on the farm to make a coffee and disappear. That sounds like very, very magical coffee. Yeah, if you can send me some of that coffee, Lily, that makes you disappear, I won't mind some of that. There's a few banks I'd like to visit. Kel, a friend on the canals making elderflower and meadow sweet wine. Oh, on a canal. Last year they were drinking the musk must. Don't know how it's spelt, but it got them sozzled. Giving out free plentinol is evil. What? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm clearly behind here because Ruth's jumped in there and Lana straight in there with Glasgow, because Lana lives smack bang between Glasgow and Edinburgh, and Butterfly, Ruth, her husband, I think her husband's a Glaswegian. But I didn't know that. That's why the Scots love an Indian so much. Yeah, I mean, I was in my early 30s before I tried my first curry, and even then it was a chip shop curry. Just try it. No, I'm not eating that foreign shit. I'm not eating that foreign shit as I'm chomping away on a fucking kebab. It's like my dad. I don't like foreign food, but I like pizzas. Which aren't eating pizzas aren't Italian. Well, they are and they're not. They were from the people that moved from Italy to America. Then in Chicago, they started making pizzas because it was a cheap way of living, a cheap way of filling yourself up. That's why the Scots love it. Yeah. I have never had a deep fried Mars bar. It is not that common. It is just a novelty thing. I thought it might have been. They make the odd ones, especially for tourists. Yeah, tourists with with the basic tourists, especially the blokes, tourist blokes that have grown a goatee, right? Just to show that's the chin that you should be paying attention to, not that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Oh dear. Me too. Never tried to eat my freeze. Batter. I love batter. Right, a nice crunch of a battered sausage. I love that. You know, or a battered potato fritter or something like that. Crunch. But I'm a savoury kind of guy. So to have a Mars bar, deep fat, I can't even eat a Mars bar. They're too much for me. It's too much. But did sell and come up with a e-juice I used to sell called DFM. Kind of a nod to it, even though never tried one. They do deep fried cream eggs. Well, I'd try that. Like I said, I mastered the art of oral sex by practicing on cabbage cream eggs. So you imagine going from a cabbage cream egg, which I love the taste of, to that. It's all right once you get over the shock of it. Anyway, I deep fry nothing. I bet you do. Making me hungry. My fave is pea fritter drowned in. Oh, I love them. I haven't had one of them for years. I don't even know any chip shops that do that anymore, which is such a shame. Rather not imagine. Yeah. I hope the Queen Meg consented to that. No, it didn't. It didn't. You know? But it didn't not consent either. You know? So it's a grey area. It's a grey area. Take the top off, lick it out, ram in the rest. How do you eat yours? Jordan's got a bit blue. Jordan just got a bit blue. You know, I was just dancing around it, just dancing around the practicing oral sex and the cabbage cream egg thing. Jordan's gone straight in there, proper rough. You know, I wish I hadn't done that now. I don't know how that came across. Oh man. Yeah, so I was watching another video earlier on, and I do get irritated by people who complain about the fact that they're moaning about our free speech being curtailed and being eroded, right? And then they go on to talk about a few other topics and stuff. But these people that moan about free speech, right, are the exact same people, right, that use the word poked instead of stabbed, right, because they don't want it to affect their channel. Graped instead of raped, right? Now, to me, that's a real fucking insult, because it's such a severe ordeal for a woman to go through, you know. So graped and essayed. No, there's a list. And essayed instead of sexually assaulted. And then they go on to moan about the fact that our freedom of speech is being eroded whilst they fucking self-censor. It does get on my tits. It does get on my tits. Just saying. Yeah, we have found the level. We have. And let's keep it there or push it. I've gone for vodka, pineapple juice, and coconut juice. So I've made a penis colada. It is double standards. Yeah, it does do my head in. It does. Look, and I know that people are now making a living from YouTube. I never wanted to be one of those. I always wanted to keep a very, very small channel, you know, to exchange information, to share information, and now, you know, kind of chat in real time, and talk about shit that's going on in the world. And that was all I wanted. I had no intentions of ever monetizing the channel or putting a buy me coffee thing at the bottom. And I decided to make sure that I say all of these trigger words that the algorithms don't like, and swear a lot as well, and talk about subjects that the algorithms don't like. And that way, the channel gets to stay nice and intimate and small. So I'll always have the opportunity to respond to everybody. Again, even if it's just a little heart, right? And the other part is no adverts. I can do a half an hour video and you won't get one single advert. Not one. You know, sometimes I go to bed. I've got other ways of dealing with that now, which I'm going to get crack on with, right? But sometimes when I'm struggling to sleep, I'll put some sort of guided meditation on, right? And I'll be listening to it whilst doing the whole breathing thing, listening to this voice saying, imagine a light above your head, blah, 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 right? So I'm just starting to drift off, right? And just at the point where I'm on that line, you've got that line, that's awake, that's asleep. And I'm just about to cross over, a fucking advert will come on and I'm back to square one again. I hate adverts. I hate them. They're so intrusive. I do call a spade because a spade is a spade. And if there's anyone out there that I don't like, I'll always justify why I don't like them. You know, you see loads of people were looking at Rupert Lowe and thinking, he seems like a nice chap. He's broken away from reform because he doesn't like their policies, because they've all gone to shit. They've gone to shit in the first place. So he's like, now I'm going to leave and listen to you. Now I'm going to listen to you. I'm the friend. He's turned out to be a complete and total wanker. And anyone that trusts Ben Habib is, please, come on. You know, none of these men can be trusted. They're all distractions. There are distractions all over the place trying to get your attention, when what you should be looking at is what laws your individual governments are implicating. I don't think that's the right word, but you get the idea. What laws they're pushing through, and then keep an eye on what's going on with the WEF and the WHO. You know, if you that should be your main attention, you know, because the whole Trump thing and the MAGA thing and the MEHA thing, you all now see that I was right. They are all compromised. They're all bad uns. They're all wrong uns, all of them. You know, they're all doing the bidding of Israel. That sounds a yummy drink. I've forgotten what that was. Sorry, tune popped into my head with rude words, lol. What was the tune? What was the tune, Kel? Your integrity always shines bright. Thank you, Michael. Look, if you're not true, at least at a bare minimum to yourself, people will pick up on it. You know, they'll be like, hold on, that's not what you said last week, or you've got nearly 5 years worth of look at that. So chatty. I do apologise. I remind myself of Lee Evans now, you know, but it is so fucking hot in here. But I love the heat. I love it. You know, I'll have a shower before I go to bed. Might be the word. Imposing. Might be. I can't remember what I said now. But I know you got what I mean. Sometimes you guys need to read between the lines. I think you know me well enough now, after nearly 5 years. Again, so like I said, that's 5 years worth of videos you can go back through. And I've always been honest. You know, I've not always been like this. 3-4 years ago, the average video that I did, I was clearly very broken, you know. But I've climbed out of that pit of hell now. So yeah, I was very broken back then, and I'm just. Yeah. So you've got, yeah. So what I'm saying is you've got all of that you could just watch, and you'll find that I don't lie. I just don't lie. You know, I've made a few cock-ups here and there, a few mistakes, but when I'm wrong, I will always put my hands up. No one likes being wrong, but when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. You know, and I'll publicly apologise. Always. If you fuck up, you should own it. Everyone should. Of course, it's the pinner. What's a pinner? What's a pinner? Oh, pina colada. Song made, your drink made. Oh, yeah. If you like pina colada and getting drunk in the rain, something like that. And it turns out that they were actually answering a message in a newspaper advert that they put out to find someone to have an affair with behind each other's respective backs. And it turns out that they turned up on a date to meet each other, and they were already together. And I know that's the song that you mean, Kel, but I'm a Nottingham lad. I don't drink pina coladas. I drink penis coladas. It's got an edge. It's got piss in it. Oh my God. Your drunk made me, yeah. Implementing. I can't remember the context. It's too far now, mate. Too far. I mean, it could be that too. I'm at work, had to run, get coffee. So you had to run to get coffee to give you the kick, to get you lively, to get you hyper enough to go and run and get more coffee later on. Not coming round to your house for a drink then, Terry. Hey, I can leave out the piss. In fact, for guests, I insist that I don't give them my piss because it's rude. I don't think it's fair on them, you know, even if it is entertaining to watch them like go like this. And then I'll recognise that look and them retching, and I'll go, "You all right? Do you want some more ice in it?" did you know, by the way, I don't know if you know this, and I don't know if you do this or if you're prepared to do this. But if you've got if you've got a bucket of kitchen scraps, I mean, in America, in the more rural areas, they used to, in farming communities and stuff like that, they used to have a big, massive sort of 5 or 10 gallon bucket on their porch, right? And the pig farmers would come around and collect them, feed the pigs with all of this waste, and then return the tub to the owners. I've completely forgotten my. Oh yeah. So if you want to try and create the perfect compost ready for next year, you do need to add soil to the compost, along with all your scraps from your kitchen and your eggshells and your banana peels and all of that, and a little bit of wood ash, but just from wood, or proper coal, because that's pure carbon. And then, if you're up for it, piss in a glass that you don't use and pour that into your compost tub. Trust me. Not that I've done it. But look into that. Waste not, want not. I'm working two damn sets. You're working 2 damn sets. Oh, right. Yeah. Well, it'll keep you fit, Lily, and literally keep you on your toes. Wheat is good for your plants, apparently. Lots of nitrogen in it. I think that's right. Yeah. And other things, I think a lot of people forget that our waste products can be nutrition somewhere else, So look at it like this. So this is us using our piss as plant food, right? So it sounds like it shouldn't be that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be possible. Look at it like this. Plants taking carbon dioxide and then inhale that into their system and then exhale oxygen, right? So the oxygen that they exhale isn't from the carbon dioxide, it's from the water, H2O, right? So it's the oxygen element of water that they're expelling through the leaves, through evaporation. So yeah, they can handle your waste, no problem. And in return, you'll get fruit, veg, and cleaner air. Nice. Your pears are lovely, Terry. This one tastes like urine. Collection for pig swill. I forgot about that. Yeah. Where are you from, Cal? Where are you from? Hello, Boho Witchy, aka Carly. How you doing, sweetheart? I hope you're doing all right. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for that nice, big, beautiful red heart. They are using coal fly ash in the trails. Coal fly ash in the trails. Oh, right, as in the trails. I wonder why. I'm in Wiltshire, but lived all over. Me too. 35 addresses from birth. And I'm 52. And I've been in this house for 20 years. So you imagine, And here I will stay come hell or high water. Yeah, Wiltshire, isn't that East Midlands-y, West Midlands-ish? I think they used to piss in the old school leather tanning process. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So during the Victorian era, I'll just skip along this because I think it's quite interesting. Some of you will know this, some of you might not. So the term, if you're skint, the term, I haven't got a pot to piss in, right? That meant that you were so poor that you didn't even have a pot to piss in and take to the tanning factories where they made leather. And then even worse is I haven't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. That's even poorer than I haven't got a piss to pot in, pot to piss in. Fucking hell, that was hard work. Well, that's where those sayings come from. You know, if you're really poor, you haven't even got a bucket to walk down. You know, you've got one bucket in one hand full of piss, another bucket in the other hand full of piss, walking down to the tanning factories. And you've got one of your neighbours shouting, "Oi, Terry, what? He's taking the piss?" Yeah. Southwest. Oh, of course. Yeah. They used silver iodine in the trails as well. Yeah, they do that because that's it seems to attract ice crystals really, really easily. There's a lot to be said about silver, and that's why if you can afford to get silver, if you can afford to buy some silver, I'm not a financial advisor, but you can get silver for about 20 quid for an ounce of pure silver, a Britannia. And because of its multi uses, used in solar panels to colloidal silver, which is what I've got in my fridge, to jewelry, to any electronics, to the sky. You know, I wonder how many kilos of silver has been sprayed from the skies. Same as that Neil McCoy Ward. You know, he's offering a gold and silver. He is the king of grifters. He really is. I've never seen anything like it. The guy's he's a multi-millionaire. He lives in a fucking castle with peacocks. Yet underneath the screen, you've got like, dislike, comment, and then you've got a thanks. He's even got a fucking begging bowl on there. You know, the king of grifters. And then he turns around and says, "I've got this gold and silver course. I don't know how much it is at the moment, but when it goes to full price, it's like 500 quid. So here's me. Buy gold, buy silver, buy a bit of platinum, buy some copper bars, hide it, done. You're welcome. You've just saved yourself 500 fucking quid. That's it." He's such a grifter. He's unbelievable. Then trying to sell life straws for twice what they cost. Trying to sell these emergency blankets through a friend of his at 3 times what they cost. He even did a ticket system where you can buy a ticket right? And if your number comes up, it's £1 a ticket. If your number comes up, you can go and spend a day over there in the Isle of Wight or Isle of Man or wherever he fucking lives. You can go and spend a day with him. I couldn't spend a day with a grifting, pretentious prick like him. Fuck that. And even then, it would have been okay. It's nice to have met you. It's time for you to go. After about an hour, that's it. You got to make your own way home again. But it does put some interesting stuff out on his channel. So I do watch his channel. I just don't fucking like him. I've always been of the mindset, and please find a video where I've not said anything other than this. I think we are in such unprecedented times, such wild, batshit, bonkers, crazy times, that we should all be helping each other for free, all of us for free, you know, and that creates unity. You know, if it's not costing you anything, it shouldn't cost anyone else anything. It's just sharing information. That's it. And we should be doing that for free. I don't like grifters. I don't like grifters, and I don't like people that say grape instead of rape, or poked instead of stabbed, or essayed instead of sexually assaulted, because they're moaning about free speech and then they're curtailing their own and self-censoring. It's so fucking hypocritical. Silver iodide, yeah. Dad was from Sheffield. Mum was born in Leeds, but they moved down south in the 70s for work. Right, and you've sort of been down there ever since then, Cal. Right, so you know, it's a better climate down there when the slipstream thingamajiggy is playing ball. Cold fly ash to release aluminium in a chemically mobile form upon exposure to water. Fuck me. That's impressive, Lana, and disturbing. Yeah, pissful wool too. That's the first time I've seen Lily Gazoo swear, because that's if a child, for example, turned around in front of their parent and said piss or piss off, they're going to get a clip round the ear hole, because piss is a swear word in as far as kids are concerned. So I just, yeah, I'd like Lily to say cunt. I just see her as such a lovely, beautiful, virtuous, prepping-minded, lone wolf. Not necessarily a lone wolf, actually, because I won't recommend that to anybody. It's not going to work. Just a tough, traditional American lady, but a prepper. Again, people still think preppers are, you're a nutty, you are. No. I think you'll find, sir, it's entirely the other way around. But yeah, they did use piss for wool. Again, it was the tannins in your urine, but I don't think they'd use our piss now, because it's too, you know, some of us maybe, you know, but the vast majority of people out there, the crap that they eat, you know, straight out of a microwave, straight onto a tray, straight in the front room, EastEnders on. And that's the case for millions of people in this country. Like I said, learn to cook. Or body moisture has potentially grave human and environmental consequences over a broad spectrum, including implications for neurological diseases and biota debilitation. From body moisture, as in sweating, Lana, because as you can see, I'm sweating a little bit. It's fucking hot in here, right? But I don't want biota debilitation halfway through a live stream. I don't know. I don't even know how that would look. Probably not much different. Don't drink too much colloidal silver water. He went blue, but he overdid it. Yeah, I have one gulp a day. Just that's it. One gulp every day, which would be equivalent to maybe a tablespoon. That's it. But I have stopped taking that blue stuff because I've learned more and more and more about that. And I think the only thing that's good for is putting in the top part of your Berkey filter and seeing if your water comes out blue. Then you need to change your filters because they ain't filtering jack shit if your water's blue when it comes out the bottom. I lived in St Helens near Liverpool for 15 years, but much prefer my little floating home now. I bet you do, Cal Storm. How long is it, Cal? And is it a traditional, semi-traditional, a wide beam? And how long is it? Storm, Cal Storm, I just looked up your channel. Looks interesting. Subscribed. Have you got a channel? If you've got a channel, I should be subscribed already because I did go through. I tried to go through as many people as possible to try and find out if they've got active channels or not. Because it's only right. It's support, you know. Cal Storm, right. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, and before I got cut off and the live stream went to shit, I was just saying that Ruth, who's got she's set up a completely brand new channel, aka Butterfly. She's put she put our video out today, and Thingy Homestead, it's gone again. She's just put a video out today. Oh, so that's what you look like. That's what you look like, Kel. You got a cheeky smile. You got a right cheeky smile. You have. Oh, it's nice. It's really, really nice to put a face to someone in the chat. You know. Subscribed, Kel Storm. What was I going to say? Thank you. 22-foot fiberglass cruiser, but we'll get a narrowboat one day. How do you stay warm on there? You're welcome, Cal. How do you manage to stay warm on a cruiser? Have you got a diesel heater or something like that? And 22 feet as well. Where'd you put all your fucking handbags and shoes? You're a chick, aren't you? That must be a very, very minimalistic lifestyle. I like that. Heart's Humble Homestead. Yeah, thank you, David. See, I'm useless. She's just put a video out today, earlier on today. That's the last that recommended that book on preserves that I showed in the prep food haul. And so she did a demonstration of aquaponics, and it's a really nice little system, which is segueing me into. Bear with me. Oh, just burned my finger. I'll type it in actually, just to hearts. Humble Homestead. It's a lovely name as well. Hydroponics, right? So Heart's Humble Homestead. If you've not subscribed to her channel, please consider it. It's Heart's HART''S Humble Homestead, and it's a lovely channel. It's lovely, it really is, and it's virtually brand new. So there's only a few videos on there, but she's putting them on, you know, about on a weekly basis, which is great. So anyway, the hydroponics thing. I've got a grow tent, but I've always been quite tempted with the hydroponics side of things, so that I can grow things like lettuce and kale and spinach and stuff like that through the winter, so I can carry on growing and I can still eat fresh produce through the winter that I'm growing. So I had a look at a 12-pod hydroponics system. So you can grow 12 separate plants, and it's got the lighting, it's got everything. It's a fully self-contained unit with a timer on it for the water circulation, and it copies the summertime, you know, where you've got something like 12 something like 14 hours daylight, and then the rest, then the light goes off. So it replicates the summer, right? So Heart's Humble Homestead, she did a video on using hers day 1, day 2, day 3, day 5, day 9, and it showed you the progress of these plants. Not all of them took, some did, some didn't. Most of them did. So I've been in contact with a couple of eBayers that are selling systems that are what I think are quite good for the price. Then I found the cheapest one out of all of the ones that were selling this same model, and I've asked them if they would be interested in knocking a bit off to anyone that might be interested. So let me just have a quick look to see if they've got back to me on that. To anyone that's new to the channel, I've done this before, but I've done it with food. I've managed to get eBayers on site to knock 5% off, 10% off food. I don't know if you can make that out. It's not very clear. You might just be able to make that out. And it's £55.25, which was the cheapest one I could find. Oh, wow. Right. So this is what I put. Hi, my name is Terry. I have a small prepping channel on YouTube, which is, I hope I haven't said anything stupid here, which is creeping up to 2,000 subscribers who would be interested in this product. And again, I'll carry on reading, right? If anyone's after anything prepping, if enough of you want it, and I'll use my common sense and think, is this going to be worth the eBay seller's time to lose out just for one sale? I mean, that's organic, freeze-dried organic egg powder. That was an important buy, because we're seeing what's happening. Chickens can't get flu. They can't get flu, right? And organic is the way to go. So, and it's freeze-dried. It can keep for years if you vac pack it, you know, especially if you do it in Mylar with oxygen absorbers. It lasts years and years and years. So I have done it with eBay sellers over the years. A few people, Ruth will be able to, and Michael will be able to testament to that. So this isn't food, but this is a very, I think, a really, really useful prepping item if you can afford it. So that you not only can you grow fresh lettuce and chard and all of these other lovely, leafy vegetables, you can carry on growing them during the winter with a half decent but not too expensive hydroponic system, fully self-contained system, automatic. So I was having a look at some of them, and I do think you get what you pay for, but these seem to be really, really good. And this is a 12 pod one. It's creeping up to 2,000 subscribers who would be interested in this product. Would you be prepared to apply a discount code for my subscribers? You will definitely shift many units. I've obviously got to try and sell it to him a little bit. I have worked with quite a few eBay sellers over the years, which worked out well for both the sellers and my little tribe. If you are interested in this opportunity, I will mention the possibility of us working together in brackets for a week or 10 days at the start of my live stream tonight. So I'm mentioning it now. And the seller is Discount Shop 2. It's a relatively new shop. They've only got 52 feedback, but it's 100%. Let me see if that's all from sold. Sounds good. So I don't know what sort of discount. I mean, I'm going to be cheeky and go straight for a 10% one. But I'll do that tomorrow. I just thought I'd run that by you first before I get anything done with this person, before I move any further with this eBay seller. Do you think anyone would be interested in getting a hydroponics system that can help you grow stuff during winter, and then once you've stopped growing your stuff that you're eating during the winter, so you're getting fresh veg, fresh leafy stuff, not shop bought. And then sort of February time, you can start planting seeds and getting seeds started off in this self-contained system. Get seeds started off to put in your garden. Like chard and chard, cabbages, lettuce, anything like that. You can get it all started off in this hydroponic system. And then when it's all got going and you've gone past the frosts and stuff, plant them out in your garden in pots and you're good to go with a head start. So I'd need to know if there's going to be interest there first. I wasn't actually expecting them to get back to me, but they have. So they're happy. They're happy to go for it. Yeah, I nearly did it. I nearly moved onto a boat, Lily. I sold it. I sold loads and loads of my stuff. I ended up getting rid of all of the jewel cases for my CDs, all of the cases for my DVDs, and put them into like these little albums, if you like. I'd sold my washing machine and bought a really small washing machine, low profile washing machine. Yeah, and I was I was ready to go. I had a £20,000 loan there ready in principle, just to be signed and taken, and a £10,000 marine mortgage that was there in principle as well. So they were offered, they were there. So my budget was 30 grand. You won't believe what kind of boat you can buy for 30 grand, something decent. And then me and Sal got together, and that kind of went out the window. And now I'm not a bug out guy. Unless the whole street catches fire, then I would just chuck as much stuff into the back of that van, that camper van, and just getting the hell out of Dodge, away from all the smoke and the fire, just try and survive. But yeah, I could quite easily live on a boat. Like I said, I was looking at a 40, maybe 45 footer. Nearly convinced Sal, came close. But she was thinking, if I'm going to go for one, I want a fucking live beam, a wide beam, which is more or less a bungalow, a floating bungalow. You're quite restricted as to what canals you can go on, what, you know, getting onto rivers, crossing from one canal across the river onto another canal on a wide beam. They're monsters. They're like container ships of the canals. Yeah, so defo a chick, but not really a shoes and bag girl. Simplicity is the key. Leisure batteries and solar for charging. Cook on the fire. I have an electric fishing engine. Perfect. Yeah, which would have a relay system, I assume, Cal, to charge help to charge your batteries up, maybe. Again, you've got to be careful about how much you can shove on there for 22 foot. But if it's just you on there, it sounds amazing. The engine clamps on the back and it's cozy. Oh, yeah. I love being either near, on, or in water, you know, especially rivers and canals. I've swum in plenty of canals in my time during hot summers. I just won't go anywhere near a public swimming bath where you're literally swimming around in human soup. 4 years ago. I'm looking into hydroponics. I have a video bookmark of a homemade version. I will try post a link. Well, it's entirely up to you, Jordan. Try and work out how much it would cost altogether to put that homemade system together, and see if that works out cheaper than 55 quid. But this is all automated, all of it, and it does look really, really nice. So I'll push for a 10%, and then let them knock me down to 5. But I will push for 10% initially. And every other eBay seller that I've gone through before, I've always gone 10%, and they've always just gone, all right, you know. And the amount of sales they've made is more than made up for it. So if anyone's interested, let me know. That's probably my. I'm looking into hydroponics. That's probably my music channel. I only post on there when I release new music, which has long periods of inactivity. Yeah, but it's nice music though, Michael. I've listened to all of those songs on there. Ruth, I just got some USB lights, so a bit of a Mickey Mouse setup. I wouldn't mind upgrading if the price is right. Okay. Well, again, this is going to be. I think what I'll do is, I'll message them back and I'll say, right, give me 48 hours to test the water, because I don't want to waste their time. If the tables were turned, I wouldn't want to either. But then having a promotional code on there isn't going to just be for our little tribe. That will be for the public as well. You know, it's just that the code will be probably named after the channel. I'll definitely get one. I'm definitely going to get one, because that, in conjunction with my grow tent, I can get loads of stuff growing and keeping me ticking over the winter. I know Michael's got a little setup. So yeah, if it was, what's 10% off? What's up? You said a bad dream? What's 10% off 55 quid? Is that £49? No, that's not right, is it? Is it? Let me know. Maths wasn't my forte at school. I'm looking. I just channel name Simply Greens Iponic. But again, it's the temptation though, Jordan, of getting one that actually looks really nice, really neat. I've got the perfect spot to put it as well. And it's just plug and play, you know. You don't really need to do anything with it. During the winter, you're not going to virtually not much of the water is going to evaporate out of that tank. That water is going to go straight into the plants, and then they're going to evaporate moisture through the leaves and the flowers, which then turns into oxygen. So it's oxygenated vapor that it releases. So, but these plants are all going to be quite small, so they're not going to run out of water. But you could literally go away for a week's holiday and not have to worry about this, you know, completely automatic and automated. All right, so let me write that one down. Where is it? Simple Greens Hydroponics. Right, I'll have a look into that, because I mean, I don't mind knocking up my own stuff, you know. I've got everything I need for a half decent solar system, when there's either an EMP, a complete and total blackout from a CME or of some sort of what do they keep threatening us with? There's something Polygon, a cyber attack, right? Or because I will be refusing to become part of this digital ID bullshit, I might end up losing my electricity, right? So there's 4 reasons, right? Now I know for a fact I can run this hydroponics system because I've looked into it. That hydroponics system and my fridge, I can keep them going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with what I've got. And still have enough power to run my washing machine, provided I've got water coming through. So where are we? Click on the icon next to my name in chat and you will find my new channel, but not much on there at the moment. Oh, are you thinking of doing a bit more, Michael? Getting a bit more in? I wish everyone had utilised their channel. I really, really do. But I know it's not for everyone. I just happen to have a metal halide and HPS bulb hydro kit lol. Mate, David, look, you've sent comments in the chat with a Scottish accent that I felt like I needed a fucking interpreter to call in. And off the back of reading that, you might as well have been speaking German, because hydroponics is it's not a brand new idea and it's not a brand new concept, but all of the terminology and the jargon is because I've never had one, but I'm determined to get one and these look decent. So, and just know I never, ever get there are so many people that have a channel and they'll get offered stuff. I've been offered stuff via email because my email is public, you know, I've been offered devices and bits and bobs to push on the channel for free, so I would get to keep these products. But because I've had no way of proving whether or not they actually do the job or work, I've declined them, even though it would have meant me getting something for free. But with all these eBay sellers, I never ever turn around and say, send one out to me for free and I'll review it, and then I'll try and get people to buy one off you. I don't do it like that. To maximize the incentive, there's got to be no sort of other, angle. Just, would you be prepared to knock off? So I would get the same discount as you guys would. I don't get a free one. I don't work like that. LED lights run much cheaper. They do. As long as we don't have to. I wonder if they affect. No, but then I was just thinking. I've heard of dodgy things about £4.90. Right. So what did I say? 49 quid. If it's 50 quid, 40 quid, 49 quid. So I was about right. So that's 10% off. So you're looking at about 50 quid, just over 50 quid for a fully automated 12-pod hydroponic system, complete with the light, the water reservoir, all the pods and instructions. That's quite tempting. That is quite tempting. I wonder if I can push them to 15%. I don't know what their markup is. I'll try for 15% first. But again, so what I'll do is, after the live stream, I'll put a poll out. Again, I don't know. I don't think the post section of the channel doesn't get pushed. It doesn't appear. People have to keep looking, and there is so much information in that post section of the channel. I urge you to just check there every day, if you don't mind. I'm not asking you to share it. I'm not asking you to like any of it. It's just important information. That's all. So what I'll do is I'll put a poll out and say, would anyone be interested in, and I'll do a screenshot of the actual unit itself. Would anyone be interested in buying one of these if I can get a discount for you? He or she is already the cheapest one selling this specific model. So that's why I aimed straight for this one, because if you've got someone that's charging 10% more and then you ask them to knock 10% off, it's going to be the same as someone else selling it. There's no incentive there. So yeah. Have you gone, Jordan? Sleep well, brother. Sleep well. And I'll see you in the next one. The outright, looking at them with price of electric and all, do prefer MH and HPS as more natural, but will switch. I mean, what's MH and HPS? I don't know what it is. I'm glad you keep checking it, David, because there are some gems going in there, and I do think that some people might be thinking that I might be. It wouldn't surprise me if there was at least one, maybe two people that might be thinking that I'm from time to time increasing and maybe pushing more and more division between us and Islam, us and the invaders. Well, that's not necessarily what I'm doing. I just need to point out and show you evidence of what we've got coming if we don't do something about it. It's as simple as that. But yeah, thanks for looking in there from time to time, David. Always appreciated, brother. Bye for now. Got a commute now. All right, Lily. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope you treat yourself to a really nice ice cold beer at the end of your day, because you've just earned it. Because you're just so lovely, you know. And we'll speak to you. We'll all speak to you soon. Take care of yourself. Metal halide and high pressure sodium, MH blue light, HP more red in spectrum for flower. Oh, right, gotcha. Right. Well, now you know I don't like fucking about with my phone. But I've already given, so just go back in the live stream or look at where we are now time wise. What we're on 2 hours 35 minutes and 6 seconds. So go to about that timestamp and look up Discount Shop 2. That's the name of the shop. And the hydroponic system is a 12 pod indoor hydroponic home garden kit, LED grow light timer, smart herb planter. What a fucking mouthful that is. And it will be by the time you finish growing all your stuff. So yeah, go to that, you know, it's just, yeah. And if there's anything else that anyone thinks that they can use or they would benefit from that they've not got or they want more of and they're sold on eBay, just let me know and I'll start contacting some more eBay sellers and start getting money knocked off. I'll find the cheapest one and then the second cheapest one in case the first one turns me down, because that has happened from time to time. Sometimes none of them get back to me at all, which is a bit disheartening. I'm just going for a top up. Oh. If you like pinas colada. Come to me and say. Well, it's a great song, that, you know. So as I was saying earlier on, that Ruth has put a butterfly. Ruth has put a video out, and it's a walk through her garden. And what really one of the things that really impressed me about Ruth's video today is that I've made it quite clear that it's my dream for us to kind of separate ourselves from mainstream society and live parallel with that. Until people start to watch us and know that we're out of it, and they start to experience all the shit that's made us avoid that system. They start to see all those things unfold as you've told them they will, right? And then they come over and they go to where the grass is greener, our side. So my dream is to live in a cooperative society where, you know, I'll have kind of 50 beetroot. I'm thinking I could do with some carrots, and Charlie next door is growing carrots. We'll work out what a fair exchange is, a fair exchange rate of carrots for beetroot, and then just trade. Now, I do think that Ruth lives in a semi-rural place, which helps. But she's actually starting to achieve what I know is achievable, and the direction in which I would like to go myself. She's already making that happen. Please go over and watch her video that she put out today or yesterday. And then Heart's Humble Homestead, she did a video on her hydroponic system and made it good. It was a good video, you know. That's what inspired me to start looking. Her video did. And she's got a very basic solar setup, I think. And I'm not quite sure how basic it is. So I'm really curious to watch her next video, because I think that's what it's going to be about, to see her solar setup. I'm glad I bought panels when I did, because I'm telling you, you know, if they start to corrupt or sabotage a few of these very well-known canals around the world, that's a big chunk of our you know, just the supply chain, because I think England only produces something. Is it 40% of what we eat? The rest is imported. And then you've got lots and lots of other little bits and bobs that we get. And then on top of that, if you're looking at the Strait of Hormuz, is it? Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz. That could turn into a proper fucking battleground, a proper war zone. That strait, you know, and a lot of oil's shifted along there. So again, that could be a massive hike in petrol and diesel prices, and not just petrol and diesel at the pump, everything, because the entire transport system is built on diesel, you know. So the price will affect crude, and that when crude is affected, it affects every other aspect of life. You know, the amount of products that are made with oil, you know, and then you've got trains, they'll stick the fares up. Everything gets passed on to the customer, everything. And then when everything settles down and goes back to normal, the prices never do. They stay up there, all by design. You should look up a bit of, or maybe consider, I don't like saying you should, or, you know, consider looking into the history, the real true history of the Panama Canal and America's bully tactics to take over that and get that sorted and make sure that everyone was happy, you know. There are lots of canals all the way around the world, and if these massive container ships, we look at was it Evergreen or Evergreen, I think, and so that's the canal, and this forks right the way across, so nothing could get in. That was it. So there was billions of pounds worth of food that was wasted. There were people out to sea ready to come through, and that was all deliberate. That was a trial run. That was a dummy run. But we know this, you know. I also heard, this is going a lot off topic, but I just want to get it out of my head whilst it's in there. Someone that's convinced that direct energy weapons were used on the Twin Towers. Now, I don't agree with that. I suppose when you think about that scene in Independence Day, where it's directly above either the Empire State Building or something like that, and it just opens these blue electric thingamajigs, opens them up like that, and then this beam of pure power comes down and shatters the entire building, and it just gets destroyed right in its own footprint. I don't think that they were direct energy weapons. I think that was just a controlled demolition, just like everyone else. I've not deviated from that because there's so much more evidence to that than direct energy weapons, even though I know direct energy weapons do exist. I'm not going to go down the same conspiratorial route as everyone else if it doesn't make sense to me, you know. But that woke a lot of people up. A lot of people. You should look up or maybe consider looking up Loose Change by Jason Burmus on that. There's been a few documentaries done recently. Good night, Kel, and sleep well. I can just imagine going to sleep, just being rocked by just hearing the water just gently lapping up against your hull, you know, just so peaceful, like, you know, just on water. So on one of the 5 elements, you know, it was only recently really that they took one of the elements away, and that was ether. Another way of disguising history, because if everyone realized that most of our electricity comes from the ether and you're being charged a fucking premium for it, even though it's for free, you know, and you're being charged for it. These windmills, these solar panels, they're all an illusion. It's just a money making scam for politicians and their friends. That's all it is. The ether provides all the electricity we need, and it is self-renewing. That reminds me of something. Yeah, so talk about politicians lining each other's pockets. I'll do you a favour, mate. Will you do me a favour? Yeah, I'll do you a favour. What favour are you going to do for me? You won't believe what favour I'm going to do for you. It's going to make you very rich. Well, the one I've got for you is going to make you very rich. That's how they live. That's how they are. They don't give a fuck about you. So this is a fact, and obviously most of you have heard of the Fabian Society, right? Again, it's very powerful, right? So if you've not heard of the Fabian Society, please do a little bit of a deep dive, because all of this directly or indirectly affects you. It does. So 141 Fabians elected to Parliament in 2024. 141 Fabians are now in Parliament, scratching each other's backs and not yours. It was about, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. I can remember thinking to myself, they're getting so cocky now. You know, they're not hiding shit. They're not hiding anything from anyone. They don't give a fuck, you know? And I just thought, and that Christmas dance, they had a bit of a party at number 10 when everyone else was like, oh, I wish we could go. This is the first time Granny's not spent Christmas with his mum. Why is that? Because we're you know, we're sheep, and we're very compliant, right? So that footage of someone filming them having a party at Downing Street, that wasn't a leak. Leaks, I've said before, leaks are incredibly rare. It's to test how the public reacts. You know, that's what it is. That's all it is. And again, people not putting two and two together in regards to all of these TikTok massive dance routines that were in early 2020 at a time when there was meant to be this horrific, deadly disease going around. They were free. You know, they had so much time on their hands, you know. And then the billions that were spent on Nightingale Awards that no one ever stayed in, you know. Well, these are things that I use on people to try and wake them up, to get them to try and get them to think, you know, because when you explain it like that, and you can provide evidence as well, or tell them where they can find evidence so they can do it in their own time, start to learn themselves, do things in their own time, in their own way, at their own pace. Best way to wake people up. Just give them the tools, or give them the seed. Give them the seed, and they either let it grow or they don't. So when I was talking about, hold on, let me just make sure I can keep on top of the chat. Just gonna wait a moment. What are you waiting for, Kel? She waited, and then she's gone. Yeah, sweet dreams, Kel, and it's nice to see what you look like, you know. 10 boats. 10 boats came today, apparently. Hobby just said 10 boats. You see, and they'll say something. They'll put a press release out saying we're starting to look into the one in, one out system. The system is so fucked, right? Pay them $3,000 to fuck off. Okay, thank you for money. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I go now. Thank you for hotel and food and phone and clothes and money and contacts. Thank you, and thank you for $3,000. Holiday in South France. We'll go and see some family members. Get blinged up to fuck. Come back, do it all over again. Another £3,000 to fuck off. I go again. Okay, I go and European holiday, taxpayer expense, and I come back and do it all over again. You couldn't make this shit up. Okay, now. And there was I was in the pub with my dad playing pool, and there was this advert came on for the RNLI saying, please consider leaving a donation to one of the greatest British charities there ever was, the RNLI. Please leave money in your will. The cheeky bastards. You see, and it shows you in the advert for them trying to get you to leave money in their will. Even in the advert, they're rescuing a white bloke. That's the only time a fucking white bloke gets shown in an advert, when he's being dragged out of a fucking sea. That's the only time you ever see a white man now, when he's being pulled out of the sea in a fake fucking advert for a taxi service for these cockroaches. You couldn't make this shit up. Anyway, my old man did his national service in Suez Canal, Egypt, when it was all kicking off there. Tank regiment. Oh, what a man. What a man. What a fucking man. My the only member of my extended family, as in on my mum's side of the family, they're all a bit fucked. There was 8 of them all together. I'll get to a point. There was 8 of them all together, right, including my mum. Most of them all fucked in the head, right? And a lot of their offspring ended up being fucked in the head. I didn't have anything to do with them, really. But my cousin John, we were like brothers at one point. We just kind of drifted apart, as you do in life. But he was in a tank. He was in a tank regiment. He was a tank commander. And yeah, which is, you know, people think you're in a tank. It's fucking bulletproof. You know, some of them are RPG proof. You know, especially like the brand new Challengers. They've got a layer of water in them, so when a projectile hits it, kind of the water in the metal absorbs the impact and it just bounces off it. Not always, but it just increases the longevity and the toughness of the tank. But you've got to bear in mind, that in most war zones, they'll send the tanks in first, you know. So you got to have balls. But yeah, the Suez Canal is so important, you know. All of that in that entire region, we haven't got much oil. I mean, I think because oil replenishes itself. It's not a fossil fuel, right? They call it a fossil fuel. It's not a fucking fossil fuel. I don't entirely know how it works, but it replenishes itself. But if you keep taking more faster than it can replenish itself, you're going to end up with a dry well. So North Sea oil, I don't know how much we've got left. You know, we might have a lot, but they're just not telling us. Or we've got none left. And bearing in mind that the entire Western civilization relies on oil to keep things going, you know, it's a societal lubricant. I like that. Water lapping up your hull. Glad we are over watershed, lol. I was just thinking that, David, you dirty bastard, you. I love innuendos. fucking love them. I love them because they're proper British. Our united group of islands and countries. I'm not going to say kingdom. I did just said it twice, but not in that context. Are you going to bed, Lorna? Please don't go. Please don't go. Sweet dreams, lass, because I know that I know you're trying to keep that balance, and I can only envy you, for managing to pull it off. And so sweet dreams, and I'll speak to you soon, lass. Okay, sleep well. That song that I just started singing then, please don't go, babe, I love you so. Well, the video to that song, the dance version, the video to that song was filmed at a nightclub called the Black Orchid on the night that I was there. And that got to number 1. It was a one-hit wonder. Bit of useless information there for you. It's so important that we keep planting seeds of truth, even if only 1 in 10 wakes up. It's worth the effort. Yeah, so if you wake one person up in 10, and then that person goes and wakes one person up in 10, and then another, and then you go on and wake up another one person in 10, whilst that person you've woken up has gone and woken up another person, another 1 in 10, and then another 1 in 10. It's the butterfly effect. That's how it's going to work. Now, there is something called, it's a new thing that's just started up, right? And I'll briefly go into it and why I don't think it's going to work, right? So, a lot of people have been, well, not loads of people, but a few people, including myself, right, have wondered, where are the Hells Angels and all of the biker clubs where allegedly the real men are, right? And then hearing rumours of them travelling to certain hotspots and stuff to support the public, right? So something called SHIELD has been set up. Now, it's been set up by one man who is from the Outlaws, the Outlaws bikers, right? Now, there was an Outlaws bikers clubhouse in the council estate about a 20-minute walk from my front door, and they knocked 2 houses through. That was their clubhouse. Crime was virtually non-existent on that estate because of them, but it was also horrible. It must have been fucking horrible living anywhere close to those 2 houses. So they had music going on till like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Got babies trying to sleep, So eventually they ended up they managed to get enough power together and enough, and they got them out. They got them out. So, and I've been very fortunate to have met the ex-president of the Birmingham chapter of the Outlaws, and I had a bit of a chat with him about it when he was doing that, and he just said it was fucking nightmare, because what you've got all of these fucking egos in this biker club. All these egos, one's falling out with the other one, both facing off. They all want to kick each other's fucking head in when they're the same part of the same chapter. And then he's also got to deal with bikers from his chapter, the Birmingham chapter, falling out with other chapters from other cities, and trying to keep a balance, ego, fucking ego, right? So the leader of what's been set up as SHIELD, right, which is the Outlaws bikers chapters, coming together under the Shield banner to start protecting women, children, vets, not as in dog and cat, you know, retired servicemen or homeless servicemen and stuff like that, right? So on paper, it sounds fantastic. It sounds really, really good, you know. Where have you all been, you know? Now, the problem is that I believe that most of the chapters of the Outlaws, which are throughout, I think it might be even throughout Europe now, I don't know. But I know it's definitely UK. I think it started off in the UK. And there are Hells Angels chapters in the UK as well. But I don't think that the two don't really mix, you know. So you've got this one guy who's decided to start Shield up, right? Now, the chances of him getting, because he's so egotistical. Yeah, I've had a really hard life and I'm fucking hard, I am. Yeah, I mean, my life's been really hard. Now I'm fucking hard. I'm hard as fuck. And I want to protect, just pure ego. Pure ego. I don't like him. I don't like him at all. The way this is going to come about, the way change is going to come about, it's going to be completely and utterly organic, from normal people coming together, and then communities coming together, and then societies coming together. So communities connecting to create society, coming together, right? You have to leave ego out of it. And this guy just simply can't do that. So he kept on coming up on my X account. It's like him. It's all about fucking him. And then more about him. You see, I understand blokes better than women understand blokes. I understand blokes a lot better than some blokes understand blokes. I see ego when I see it, you know, and it's not right for it. It's not right for it. So I ended up having to mute the on paper, it sounds great. Let me just read these. Let me keep planting this in. Right, hold on. Tank Regiment's motto, which I use: fear naught, fear nothing. Love that, David. No fear gets in the way. Once you relinquish fear completely from you, you'll never look back. You'll feel completely. You'll become a different person, a fucking unit. Tank Regiment's bloody hell. Black Orchid brings back memories. Lenton Industrial Estate. Fucking hell, David. You see, talk about synchronicities. How could I know a guy who lives in Scotland that has been to a nightclub that I used to go to on a regular basis, that's in the chat when we've got a tiny channel? Loads and loads of synchronicities. It's mental. It's crazy when you really think about it. It really is. It's blown my mind, David. Yeah, he was big back in the day. He was well known. It was quite popular. Stopped at library on my way home, then off for a beer at the marina to listen to live music. I managed to listen all the way. Oh, nice one, Lily. Thank you. But I think this live stream's been a rainbow for you, and you're just about to go to the pot of gold, because that sounds amazing where you're just headed off to. So enjoy, savor every single second, and enjoy that cold beer. You've earned it, lass. Ruth, has this Shield guy got tattoos on his? Yes, he has. Yeah, I've seen some of his. He's all over the place. I don't know the channel name. Sorry, no, I don't. I think, but if anyone's interested, just type in Shield and then type in the Outlaws. That's it. And you'll get loads and loads of information. You'll find out if they've got a YouTube channel. They've definitely got it's definitely got an X channel, because it was like every other video. I'm thinking, fucking hell, he's doing my head in now. So I ended up muting the channel. I don't like people with egos. I don't like them. They irritate me. There's no need, because egos get in the way. They get in the way. You've got to be humble. You've got to be proper humble. Humble and utterly determined. And with not taking any shit from anyone for any reason at any time, you know, but being humble and being sincere and making it about everyone else. That's what you should be doing, not making it all about you, you know. And that's what I get from this guy. So far, the sentiment and the concept of it is brilliant, right? The reality of it, and that it's being led by a guy with an ego that's, you know, it'd probably end up, I don't know, I was going to say some sick shit there. I won't bother. But yeah, you're right, Ruth. Damn, someone pulled the fire alarm at the library, everyone pouring out. Hey, straight to the, yeah, I was going to say straight to the bar. It's a sign, Lily. It's a sign, you know. Go straight for that pot of gold, you know. Illustrated very, very nicely there with a tankard of ale and a big laughing face. Enjoy. Ego is thine enemy. It is. Yeah. I mean, I keep myself in check every minute of every day, right? I was saying to, Lana's gone now, but I was saying to her, we watched it was an interview with that lady whose daughter ended up having chemo when she didn't agree to it, and then she went into depth about organ harvesting and all manner of dark shit to do with the NHS, and she was quite a highly qualified nurse, and I did feel like she was telling the truth. Anyway, she did oh my god, what's the name of the channel? I think that the guy who owns the channel is called Will. He's a dark-skinned guy. Anyway, he did an interview with her, and there was so much in this interview that she was talking about in regards to chemo and the fact that it is fake hope. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it now. You know, if they want to come after me for slating off what I think is a fake fucking cure because it's, you know, it's just snake oil, then come after me. You know, I'm speaking my mind and I'm speaking from experience now. If I knew then what I know now, Sally would be sat there. You know, I carry a lot of fucking guilt. So anyway, off the back of this interview, I knew that there was a lot of it that had triggered me, you know, and it had triggered Sal, not Sal, triggered Lana for her experience with her dad. So after I'd watched this interview, it triggered me, you know, and I thought I need to get out. I need to go out. So I harnessed the girls up and took them for a walk. And whilst I was out walking, I was thinking, when I come home, I need to stick a comedy on. I need to find a comedy, you know, just to sort of bring me back up and balance me back out again. Which is exactly what I did. The point I'm trying to make is that when we talk about being humble, there were a few moments in that film where I had proper belly laughters, right? To the point where I had no air left in my lungs. You know, they were empty. and I was still laughing because this film was so stupid. But after belly laughing, I noticed I was belly laughing. And once I'd noticed I was belly laughing, I was thinking, I can't remember the last time I belly laughed. And then I felt guilty for belly laughing. I felt guilty for it. So I'm constantly keeping myself in check, you know, in check. No room for ego, because my inner critic will kick the shit out of me for doing it. Yeah, synchronicities, they are, Michael. They are. And it is fucking mind-blowing. Again, look at how small the channel is, considering how long it's been going. And yet it has genuinely been kept low deliberately, right? Because I'd like to be able to continue to do this without, it's the bigger your channel, because there'll be hundreds of thousands of people out there like me, trying to keep a low key, that aren't really affecting too many people, not directly, you know. So considering that there are, you know, our little tribes from all over the world, there are people from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, America, look at Lily, Israel, although one of ours hasn't been in contact much recently, and I'm not going to mention her name because I don't want to do that, but she lives in Israel, and because of what I've been saying about Israel and the Zionist threat, she's kind of gone off she used to be in touch on a regular basis. She used to email me quite a lot and I'd reply, and I just need her to know that this is not against people like her. It's just against the people that are running the show and the damage that Israel's doing to the surrounding areas and the genocide, because it is a genocide. It is. Doesn't matter which angle you look at it from, it's a fucking genocide. And then when you look at the fact that it took 8 hours for the security to turn up, was it October? Yeah, 7th of October, was it? When that massacre happened. Normally that stretch was very, very well guarded. And then it took them 8 hours to get there, to deal with whatever was left. That's one of the sickest false flags in history. One of them. They allowed the slaughter of their own in order, just like the Twin Towers. They allowed the slaughter of all the people that died in those 3 buildings that collapsed, and that section of the Pentagon. And surrounding, you know, America sacrificed all those people just to get into Iraq, just to go to war. Israel did exactly the same thing that day. So anyway, right. So yeah, synchronicities. So we've got people from all around the world in our little tribe, which is amazing. So for me to be walking along, I mean, I found out Annie lived closely because she said in one of the live streams, I think it was, or in one of the comments in a video or something, I think. So I knew she lived local. And then a few other people mentioned they lived in NG, which is Nottingham postcode as well. So more than I would have expected. And then yeah, walking along when I do my walking talks, that route along the river, or sort of cross over the river, down that path, greenery on each side, just keep going, and then go through a dark bit where you've got a bit of a canopy and that, come round and then come back on myself along the canal, and that's what I did. And to be going along there, and then seeing this guy on a bike, on a push bike, just stopping and just staring at me, and to the point where I just put the girls on the lead in case they were making him feel unsafe and uncomfortable. And him turning around to me and saying, "Are you Rose Hippie Guy?" I mean, what are the fucking odds of that? What are the odds of that? He recognised the girls. I think this is before I'm not sure if I showed my face or not by then, but I don't think I had. I'm not sure. If I had, it would have only been that day in July last year, off the back of the Southport riots. So what are the odds of that? So synchronicities. There are loads and loads of little connections between us. We're all connected, interconnected. All of us, one way or another. It's crazy. It's a right head fuck when you really think about it, you know? I mean, how do you work out the odds of something like that? Even if I had a really dog's bollocks calculator, I wouldn't know how to go about doing that. But the odds, based on the size of the channel and it being quite small, and then within the amount of overall subscribers to the channel, the amount that there is a core group of a few hundred, right? So out of that few hundred that could be dotted around the world, all over the country, all over the UK, right? I just happened to bump into one person that said, "Are you Rose Hippie Guy?" because he recognised the girls from videos. And I ended up getting to know him and walking with him. And that was David Gell. Synchronicities are becoming more and more common. You know, they're happening more and more and more to some degree or another. You know, some mind-blowing, some subtle, and everything in between. I don't know if any of you guys have experienced anything like that. If you have, please let me know, you know, because I'm really interested in stuff like this, because there isn't really any kind of proper evidence-based scientific explanation for it. Yet these are things that are 1 in a billion, you know, or maybe possibly 1 in a billion. When you think about all the combinations, could be 1 in a billion. So what are the odds? I fucking love shit like that because it blows my mind, and I do like to have my mind blown, you know. Anyway, I don't want to kind of I don't want to go too much into anything too dark. I would like to, off the back of the fact that I've already said that nearly all of my walk and talks have been walk and rants, and I've become quite mindful of that. And I know that people, again, it's a mixed world we live in now. You've got people that really they're almost addicted to fear porn and stuff that makes them feel very, very negative and gut wrenching. There are so many people out there like that. And there's so much going on out there that I could talk for hours about many of these things, you know, and some horrific potential outcomes and stuff that we may all be facing. So I do discuss some dark stuff. I do put a lot of negative stuff in the post section. I do have my walk and rants, but I'll never do the whole clickbait thing. Like are we all going to die? You know, I've seen it. I've seen all these headlines, and then the thumbnails that they put as well, where it's got people like skeletons and a mushroom cloud in the background, and I'm thinking, for fuck's sake, you know, these are YouTubers that are cashing in on pure fear porn, and I'm not about that. I'm not about that at all. Even if the channel was monetized, which it never will. It never will be, you know. This is why you can watch an entire video of me waffling on about shit that I've just bought from the fucking shop, right? And stretching it out to 15, 20 minutes, or a 20-minute walkthrough of the garden, or doing a 35-minute conversation about which pans are the best pans to buy. But you'll still get a 15, 20, 25, 30-minute video, right, with no adverts, none. No, because they irritate me. I'm assuming you don't get any adverts. I have to put my head down now. Have a lovely weekend, everyone. You're going to put your head down, Ruth? Hubby's winking and smiling away then, is he? Where are you putting your head down to? I'm so sorry, darling. Oh, dear. Sweet dreams, Ruth. And thank you for joining us and staying up till 1 a.m. with us. You know, just know that you are appreciated. And Ruth's been with the channel right from the start. She was one of the first subscribers. You know, when you put a video out and you don't expect any subscribers, and then you see one appear, then another, and Ruth's been there from the start, and she's lovely. She's so lovely. So again, if you've not subscribed to her new channel, please consider going over there, and hopefully she'll start putting a bit more content out there, because I love watching her videos. I always feel uplifted, you know, because she always sounds contented and happy, you know, and I like that. That's what we need. I think if we take it up to 1:30, I'm pissed off because I would have liked a longer one, but I think if we go for about a 4-hour live, I think that's fair, and it'll give me a chance to get all those fans in the front room back upstairs into the bedroom. I love it. I love the fucking hotter the better, you know. I love it. I love the heat, but you know, I haven't got a fucking fur coat on. I can strip down to fuck all and even spray myself with those fine mist spray bottles. I've got one of them for me tobacco seedlings. I could just bring that in the bedroom and get the fan on full blast, both of them, and then just squirt myself with this fine spray and instantly cool down. They can't do that, you know. So it'll give me. I've got a lot of fucking about to do after the live stream, and just to make sure that they're comfortable, you know. Today I did give. Zephyr was very hot because it's been a hot day today, you know. It was 32-ish, and I was throwing. I've got a right collection of sticks. Storm brings a stick back. It's always the last stick. That last stick, she'll bring it home. And I've got a right little collection of sticks now. You know, that'll all go towards firing up my wood burning stove during winter. They'll never have me over a barrel. It's took me 5 years to put myself into a position where I feel fairly confident that I can live off grid in the middle of a town now. There are so many of you out there that could put yourself in the same position, but are thinking, yeah, but I've got a mortgage, or I've got this, or I've got that. Again, you know, it depends on how much determination you've got in your heart to contact the people that you got a mortgage from and ask them to provide evidence that the money existed physically in the first place. Because if it didn't, you owe them nothing. You owe them absolutely nothing. And then you can go to battle. And yeah, I didn't have to do that, but I did have to lose the love of my life in order to have no mortgage. So that's a way bigger sacrifice than, and there's no argument there. That's a way bigger sacrifice to end up with no mortgage. If you go into battle with your mortgage company, you'll find that they can't provide you with evidence that that money was there to start off with, which means there's nothing to pay back. So you can be in the same position as I am. You can, where your home is your own. Renting, that's different. That's different because you're living in someone else's house, you know. But again, you know, the whole squatters' rights thing, that could buy you some time. If you decided to look into the laws around it, that could buy you some time to stay there a lot longer without paying, you know, £600, £700, £800, £900, a grand, £1,200 a month rent, just the rent. And then the council tax thing is an illegal tax. You can fight that. You know, you can get people coming to your door, you can get bailiffs coming to your door, but they'll never arrive with the proper official documentation because they can't. So there's another thing that you can get rid of. So that's your mortgage, council tax. You can get rid of both of them. That'll free up so much more money for you to start preparing. You know, fortify your home, get as much food in as you possibly can. You know, this is the truth. This is the truth. So, you know, and I am ready. I'm ready. I've got a backup plan for a backup plan for a backup plan for a backup plan for a backup plan. And then I've got a backup plan for them. And I'd say about 75 to 80% of those backup plans have been as a result of thinking completely and utterly outside the box. We are creative beings with the most sophisticated biological computer in existence, as far as we know. We are problem-solving beings. So try and find a way. But it's all going to boil down to how much energy you've got, how much effort you're prepared to put in, and whether or not you can relinquish fear, because the system is built upon pure fear, just pure fear. You know, they apply the fear, and then they expect you to respond to that fear by way of compliance and what's the other word that David Icke likes to use? There's compliance and fucking hell, help me out, guys. It's there. Fucking hell, I hate that. It does my head in. But yeah, they're expecting you to cave in. So when you get a letter through the door from the police saying that a vehicle not conform, no. David Icke, he uses it so much. It will come to me. It will come to me. But yeah, when you get a letter from the police to say that you've been a vehicle with the same registration. I'm choosing my words carefully here. A vehicle with the same registration, bearing in mind that there's between 200,000 and 2 million cars, cloned cars in the UK, right? So they need to prove that it was me driving that car, and that car was the car that I had, as opposed to a cloned car. Or from the back of a van. I've already in that walk and run. I already went over the police. They're just there to extract money out of you. That's it. To extort money out of you. So getting a letter from the police saying you've been caught speeding. It was this speed limit. You were at that speed limit. Fuck them. First of all, prove it was my car, prove it was me. That's the first one. Then I want up-to-date photographic evidence of all the signage in that area. Up-to-date, not Google Maps or Google Street, none of that. I want to see a time-stamped photograph, and I've got a right to that. I've got a right to that as my defense. Then I need to know the name of the victim. There wasn't a victim. The world didn't change. Nobody's life changed from whoever that was driving that car on that road at that time. Then you need at least another witness. And then they'll turn around and say, well, it was the camera and the camera operator. A camera can't be used as a witness. The list goes on and on and on. Fuck them. Fuck them. You see, I've gotten to the point now where I know what's legal. No, not compliance either. It's similar. It's very similar, Michael. Fucking hell. Once you relinquish fear out of your heart, right, and you have that moment, maybe some of you have got there already. Maybe some of you need to get there, right? Just saying. But you'll get to a point where you think, right, you're taking the fucking piss now. You're taking the piss, right? You're charging me for this, that, this, that, this, taxing me on that. They want to keep you as a debt slave for the rest of your life. Well, they can fuck off. I was born free and I'm going to die free, whether that's fighting or from natural causes as an old man, it doesn't matter. I'll die free. I'll die free and I'll die honorably. I know I will. In fact, chances are I'll die in this house defending it. Because whether they've got a uniform on or it's a bunch of hoodies, that don't speak English, it doesn't matter to me. They'll all be the enemy because they'll have no right to be at my door. No right whatsoever. So eventually, when you start to take on that mindset, it changes everything. It changes everything. You become a different person, not necessarily a worse person. If anything, enhanced. You become a better person. You know, no, not interested. No, fuck off. No, leave me alone. Just no, and fucking mean it. Mean it when you say it, because non-compliance is the only way forward now. And the only thing that makes people compliant is fear. It's like, oh, I don't want any more stress. Just pay it. Oh, I don't want any more hassle. I'll just pay it. You know, even when you know deep down, if you did a little bit of searching, you realise that you don't need to. It's as simple as that. But the life at the moment is so, it's been designed to be so stressful to the point where, you know, so many people are in financial ruin, or they're just worried about finances, that are worried about finances on top of their kids and their mental health. The way that the country's going, the economy is irretrievable. We're getting involved in other people's wars now directly. The eventual pole flip speeding up, and not knowing how that's going to affect you as well after battling all of this shit, having to deal with that as well at some point, probably in our lifetime. You know, it's a lot to take on. You've got to just take it in your stride. Take it in your stride and walk through life adorning the full fucking armor of God. And I'm telling you, it will change everything. Even those of you who've got a partner or a husband or a wife where you're thinking, do you know what? Yeah, fuck it. I shouldn't have to pay this. Or I'm not going to pay this. And your other half isn't on the same level as you are. And they're saying, look, we just do it. Just pay it. I don't want the hassle. I don't want the stress. I don't want that. I don't want that. You know, so you just pay it. Right? Lead by example in your own house. You know? Forget about the fallouts that might ensue, right? Because chances are you'll be respected more as time goes by because of your attitude. Again, balance, right? I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to fucking pay that because it's not right. I shouldn't have to, right? Stop getting on at me. Just take control. Take control of the situation, you know? And you'll be, I believe that you'll be respected more for it by standing your ground and being a man. Or being a woman. But I think the chances are that the vast majority of people that are falling into this situation where they're thinking, I don't want to pay my council tax anymore because I know it's illegal. It's not, I'm funding terrorism. You literally are. You really are. Because it all goes into the same coffers. So, but I think it's the vast majority of men not wanting to fall out with their missus who want to just pay the fine, who just want to pay pay this and pay that, even though you don't need to pay it. I think it's the vast majority of women that are coercing their men to abide by the rules that shouldn't be rules, that aren't rules. But there are, also definitely examples out there where it's the other way around, where the missus is saying, look, no, I'm not fucking paying that. I'm not paying that. That's it. I'd rather put food on the table than pay towards a war that's got nothing to do with me, or trans women's rights in India. The amount of money we send over to India is ridiculous. They've got their own fucking space, their own space industry. They're not short of a few quid. It's a massive country with lots and lots of resources. But we know that we're not paying these countries aid. It's just money laundering. That's all it is. It's just laundering. Oh, it nearly came to me then. Oh my God, bear with me. Just bear with me, because it's going to fucking eat me alive otherwise. Most used words by David Icke. Bear with me, because I need to know now, because it's eating away at my head. And it's an important word because it's a powerful word. It really is. And I don't like fucking about with my phone. Acquiesce. It didn't even come up. It came in my head. Right. So I hope no one had headphones on then, because they would have gone. That's it. The fucking glass of wine's behind them. The dog's got a black eye. So conform, right? So non-conformance, right? Be a non-conformant. Compliance, non-compliance. Do not conform and do not acquiesce. Okay? I'm so glad it came right. So I want to just get the proper, I mean, the Oxford Dictionary now. Again, if we look back, if I went to an Oxford Dictionary that was 50 years old, it might give me a different meaning. Oxford definition of the word acquiesce. Right. The Oxford Dictionaries define acquiesce as accepting something, typically with reluctance, without actively protesting or arguing against it. It implies a tactic or passive agreement, often despite not being fully in favour of the situation. So agreeing to something that you don't agree with, that's acquiescence. So don't just agree. Don't just agree to something that you don't agree with. You know, if you disagree with something, don't have any part in it. If you're thinking to yourself, right, I don't agree with this, therefore I'm not going to take part in it. I don't agree with this for all of these valid, genuine, honest, lawful reasons. I'm not going to pay. You know, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to pay. You should, if you know, right, if your gut is telling you that this tax is wrong, this tax is illegal, right? Being fined for something where there's no victim. You know, you've got to have a victim. The list goes on. You know, we're all smart people here. We're all smart people. So there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to conform, comply, or acquiesce. No need. The only thing that will make you do any of those three things is fear. So if you still feel fear, and that's making you conform, comply, and acquiesce, then you've got a lot of road to travel so far. You know, you've got a fucking long way to go, You know, and as harsh as this might sound, sort your fucking shit out. Sort your shit out. Know yourself. Know yourself and lead yourself. It's very, very simple. And the easiest way to achieve this is by relinquishing fear completely. And, you know, by getting rid of a very powerful emotion, because it is very powerful, right? Fear. And it's there for a reason. It's built into us, you know, because that fear leads on to the fight, flight, or freeze element of our reaction, right? So with me, I'm a fight, you know, I'll fight. If I think it's not justified, if I think, if I know that they're in the wrong, right? And your gut will tell you that. Trust your gut, right? Your gut will tell you they're wrong. They're out of order, right? And I'm right. Not in an egotistical way. You just know that what you're saying and what you've done is not bad. What they're trying to do to you is oppressive and incorrect and out of order, right? If you know that, why pay them? So come hell or high water, you see, I want a cube of debt collectors coming to my fucking door, and I'll record it all. I'll record every single aspect and every element of my interactions with these people when they come, but they're not coming quick enough. I've had no one. I want them at my door. I want them just so I could put a really, really good video out just to show you how much fucking power you've got once you learn to lead yourself. Once you learn to be your own man, be your own woman, and not concede to bully tactics at your fucking front door. How fucking insulting is that? So if that doesn't elevate you even more to take control of the situation, I don't know what will. Your council tax is paying for the murder of innocent people, right? It is. So next time you're at work and you're having a shit day and you're thinking, yeah, but it doesn't pay too bad, right? And then it just gets shitter and shitter and shitter as your shift goes on. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Then allow that thought into your head then that your taxes are going towards your council tax and your taxes and your income tax. So your income tax, again, your income tax is voluntary, but trying to explain that to an employer, or especially a would-be employer, if you've worked for a company for over 2 years, you've got a lot of power as an employee, as long as it's not like gross misconduct, or something quite significant, something bad like that, right? Where if you feel like if you've not got a leg to stand on, right, then you're fucked. But if you've been in employment by a specific length of time, that being 2 years, right? And then you turn around to your employer and say, right, I want to stop paying my income tax, right? You've got a right to do that, and your employer can't do fuck all about it. Can't do anything about it. Income tax is voluntary. It's voluntary. The only time tax is paid, right, income tax should be paid, is when somebody's making a profit. So if you're working for a private bus company, for example, like Michael, right? So Michael's a bus driver, right? Imagine that in Birmingham. Imagine being a bus driver in Birmingham. The guy's hardcore, So the bus company is private. So they are making a profit. But at the time of Michael taking on employment with that company, that contract was an agreement that the company will pay Michael X amount of pounds per hour for his sweat, right? That's it. Michael's not making a profit on that money. The company is. So the company should be paying their income tax, which should be separate from their employees. The employees shouldn't pay any income tax. The only tax that I would have used to have agreed with was national insurance, because if you've paid into the system, then you should benefit from the system if shit goes wrong, right? But even then, the NHS is designed to just fucking prolong your illness and maybe even kill you, and then harvest your fucking organs. So you're paying for that. Oh dear. Happy wife, happy life. Wears thin after a while. I know, brother. I know, Michael. We'll go more into depth when we do that wild camp, our kid. Must be bloody hardcore, drive a bus in Brum. Much respect, Michael. That's what I mean, Michael. I've always said that people can never, ever, ever, ever see themselves through the eyes of another. It's impossible. It's physically, scientifically, and biologically impossible, right? Even if you look in a mirror, you're still only seeing your interpretation of you. You don't know how so-and-so next door sees you, or your best mate sees you, or your sister or your mum or your dad sees you. You can never, ever do that, ever. So with Michael, I see a very, very talented musician, a pretty decent singer, that although he disagrees with that, and he drives buses in Birmingham city centre. But he wouldn't. I don't think he wouldn't take any of these what are compliments on board. And do you know what? I like that. It's a sign of a humble man. I like that. But just be aware that you're respected, Michael. Because you are. And I know that when people first get together, there's so much charge in the air, so much electricity. A brand new relationship is fucking amazing. It's amazing, right? you talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and you talk the world to rights and talk some more and more, and you have a good laugh and you have cuddles, you fuck like rabbits, you know, you've got all of that. But then after a long time, a few things start to slip. You know, relationships take work, a lot of work. But if I keep sort of stacking dominoes, right, and you only get to that height and they just collapse, then I stack them and stack them and stack them and stack them, be a bit more careful, collapses at the same level. I'll think, right, I know that it's collapsed. It's just collapsed. It's never going to be like that anymore. That's it. You know, that's the point where you think, do I stay or do I go? Do I stay out of familiarity, right? Being familiar, knowing the person I'm living with, good and bad, right? Staying for convenience, emotionally and financially, or do I leave, run the gauntlet, try and find someone that I can be happy with and have a laugh with, that's on my level and sees the world through the same eyes as I do, or close to? You know, the power of three. We get one run at this. That's it, you know. Yeah, there's the kind of the soul recycling thing. We've got no proof of that. It's just a theory. So if you've got one shot at making your time in this realm matter, then you've got to have an injection of happiness in there and contentment. And as far as I'm concerned, home is where the heart is. It really is. You know, that's your home, right? So if you can't make that home shine and sparkle and vibe positively, then you either need to double up with your efforts, have a fucking proper conversation with your other half, or run the gauntlet, you know, run the risk of being single for the rest of your life, but not being answerable to anybody other than yourself, or running the gauntlet, meeting someone that vibes with you. You know, when people get together, especially in their younger days, right? Like I said, the human brain doesn't fully develop until your mid to late 20s. Bit younger for women, not much, 2-3 years, right? So it's inevitable that as you grow, if you're a young couple and as you grow, chances are you're going to grow apart to some degree, because you become your own individuals, you know, unless one of them the couple is a very controlling bastard. Other than that, you tend to just grow in your own way. Now, you can either work at it so that you can grow in your own way separately. You should never control each other. Always compromise, you know, compromise with each other. Shouldn't just be one person compromising with that person all the time. It needs to be a constant level of the yin yang, constant level of compromise, you know. And if you're not getting that compromise, no matter how hard you try, you know, I've never ever stuck around in a relationship that I didn't know was going to definitely carry on and be successful. Never, not one, apart from one. and we'd still be together now. So, yeah, I believe it is, David. The power of three. Yeah, it's been used a lot. When you look back, it's been used a lot. The power of three. Again, I'm still getting my head around the whole numbers thing, because it is quite difficult to sort of, if you want to try and put something into a little evidence-based package and then pass it to someone to convince them, how do you do that with numbers? How do you convince someone that watches EastEnders or Coronation Street that the number 3 is powerful, and other numbers, and this is why? It's a very, very difficult challenge, that, You're welcome, Michael, mate. Look, I said I've just said stuff to make it sound like I was being generic, so as not to make you feel uncomfortable, because I'm not like that. But I think it's just become suddenly clear that it's not just you. There are lots and lots of other people out there, lots and lots of other people that are in the same sort of situation. Now, I was blessed to know that even though Sal didn't get it all, that's because I didn't tell her it all. She had enough to deal with. She knew that she was going to die. So because she knew she was going to die, she would have had all of those. Is there a heaven? Is there a hell? Have I been good enough in my life to go to heaven? Is there a heaven? She would have had all these extremely fucking profound questions going around in her head. So I didn't want to add loads and loads and loads of stress and loads of worry on top of that. I had to try and contain all of that in me, when these were things that you would normally share with your partner. To a problem halved is, and I couldn't do that. So I had to hold all that in while still learning more and more and more and more and more and more, holding that all in, letting it all build up whilst watching my wife die, in a world that was falling apart because of a con, but it just goes to show how extremely versatile and adaptive we are. We've got so much potential, but happiness, the pursuit of happiness, is important, right? Life is about suffering. It is about suffering, and every section of your life where you suffer makes you stronger, as long as you learn from it. If you keep learning from it and don't make the same mistake twice, we're human. We'll learn to make new mistakes, because that's what we do, but then we learn from them as well. And it's the consequences of those mistakes that make you learn. You're thinking, I've lost that and that and that. I've lost that friend and that friend because of me. Take responsibility for your own life. Relinquish this fucking I need a hero. This isn't at you, by the way, Michael. It's not at any of you guys. This is, I'm just saying to anyone that's watching this after I shut down, you are completely and utterly responsible for you and your own life, right? If you think for 1 second there is going to be some fucking hero that's going to come out of somewhere, whether it's the Messiah, or in fact, it's been coined now, right? Because I'm hearing it a lot more. I've called it a syndrome before. I have called it a syndrome, which is what made me find this quite interesting, because it's been called a syndrome by someone else now, right? But these people have called it the Messiah syndrome. The ultimate I need a hero mindset. Once you fuck that off, get rid of that, and then get rid of fear, and then look at what you've got left. You'll be impressed with that. You will. Because it's all you need. It's all you need. Balance. Exactly. Balance, David. Of course, many are in the same boat as I am. It is still appreciated to hear. I know, Michael, I know. And there are a lot of people out there that are doing something about it. Again, we don't get a second chance at life. This is it, you know. And most of us are maybe two-thirds of our way. If we look after ourselves, 2/3 of our way through life, you know. I might have 20, maybe 30 years left of my life if I really look after myself and I don't end up with too much fucking aluminium from the skies working its way into my lungs and then past the blood-brain barrier and then into my head and giving me fucking turning me into a zombie, you know. We are on a war of 3 fronts at the moment, right? So, and those three fronts are from above. Our government, in fact, no, the government and what's being sprayed from above are one. The second one is Islam, and the third one are these cockroaches coming over on the dinghies. So we've got a war on 3 fronts, right? In a split society. And this is why we need to be the glue to bring that together. And the only way we can do that is by dialogue. We've got to be talking. We've got to keep talking to people. But going back to what you've just said there, Michael, you know, there are this massive fucked up psyop has done so much damage. It's been so divisive. It's not only fucked the economy up to the point where it's pretty irretrievable now. We are going to have to find different ways of life. Some of you out there will have jobs that will be sustainable for at least a while. You know, there are certain things that they haven't mastered yet that can be automated, you know. But eventually it's going to get to the point where we need to take our entire lives, our entire existence into our own hands. 100%. We've become so reliant on the government for everything, to feed us, to get our water, to keep us warm, to tell us what to do, to make sure we stay safe. You know, we've crossed that Rubicon now. So the only way forward now is to battle. That's it. But yeah, a hell of a lot of couples. I mean, it's broken families up. I've experienced that. I do feel very blessed that I've got 5 other siblings, and out of those 5 siblings, only one's jabbed. Right? I've got some very switched on siblings. Right? My dad is coming around, and I'm the only one out of all 6 of us that's got a surviving parent, and I'm the second oldest. So there is a lot we can do. There's a lot we can do, but it has been ridiculously divisive, you know. And I think the worst form of division is within the close family unit. So, I mean, it's not nice with extended family either, you know, kind of brother-in-law, sister-in-law, mother-in-law, father-in-law, all of that, cousins, you know, stuff like that. But when you look at the nuclear family, the damage that it's done to that, by falling out with your kids because they've got a different opinion to the jabs and they don't believe you about chemtrails and try and, do you know what an mRNA is, or do you know what a CBDC is? And they're like, no, you're talking bollocks. So people falling out with their own children, husband falling out with wife falling out with husband. It's got straight into one of the strongest, most formidable structures ever known to the universe, which is the family unit, which has been eroded bit by bit by bit for the last 50, 60, 70 years. They're playing the long game. So, and never do the whole, well, we're going to stay together for the kids. We're going to stay together for the kids' sake because we don't want them to be stressed. You are fucked up if you think that works. Every man dies. Not everyone really lives. To quote a great film, no one's coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. I've been saying that for a few years now, and it does. But I know that it might come across as a little bit harsh to some people. Like, no one's coming to save you. Nobody. The world is going to hell in a handbasket, and nobody is coming to help you. You are fucking on your own, right? Trying to say that to someone, right? That will, if they've had a really, really good day, a really good positive day, and you had that conversation, that very brief interaction with them, right? That'll really bring them down. But it'll bring them right down to earth. The sooner people realize that you are all you've got, you might have some support from family members and some support from friends. But even then, don't take on that mindset. Again, this is not a separation thing. And this isn't to further divide things. This is to make you stronger as an individual. Because then you'll be stronger, possibly, than all of those around you, which means that you will be able to keep everyone together, not through force, not through indoctrination, not through conforming, but through inspiration, because you led the way, you led yourself. I hope that makes sense. We were born onto a three-dimensional battlefield, but no one told us war had been declared on us. No, but we know that now. We know that now, and that's why we prepare. That's why we're preppers, because you see, you look at people like, say, I've forgotten his name now, but he was famously known as the sleeping prophet. I'm sure someone will, if you type it into Google, if I'd appreciate that, because there's 11 people watching this. Not everyone's interacting, but there's 11 people watching. The sleeping prophet. If you can just go into your phone, if you can, and put up the name of that guy. Anyway, so there were people like him, people like Nostradamus. There've been quite a few people throughout history that have become inadvertently famous for being what would be called back then as seers, right? Now, there's not really much of a difference between them and us, because all that requires is attention attention and attention to detail, and then the ability to look at patterns and figure out where things are leading, and then having an innate sense of discernment so that you can figure out what is bullshit and what's not. And as a result of that, you will arrive at a realistic, mostly truthful perspective on something, and then prepare accordingly for that. But it's taken all of us, you know, or at least most of us, to go through a lot of fucking shit to be able to arrive at where we are now, you know? So you look at all of these horrible things that have happened to us throughout our life. If ever there was an incredible silver lining, it is that we are wide awake and we see everything, you know? We've got this massive peripheral, and we're able to take in so much information now without it affecting us too much. And all it does is just make us prepare. You know, this is a possibility and this is a very likely possibility. I need to prepare for both. And first, most above all, prepare with your mind. So, Michael, all my immediate family are jabbed, and aunts, uncles, stepson and daughter, the whole lot of them. Only I refused. However, several of them have finally heard me and said they would refuse it now. Mate, better late than never. I just hope that they ended up with saline, you know, because what's happening is that the cat's out of the fucking bag, you know. That can of worms is tipped well out, mate. So that it can't really be. So all of the people that you were warning back then, right, will have heard whispers from other people. They will have been in pubs, clubs, post offices, queues, bus stops, overhearing people saying, yeah, she got jabbed and she died the following day. Or, yeah, he was fit as a fiddle. He was fit as a fiddle. And now he's got myocarditis. He's got damage to his heart that can't be repaired. You know, loads and loads. These are just two of millions of types of conversation that people are overhearing now because it's spreading. So when you were originally seen as some sort of conspiratorial nut job, right? Eventually you will become revered because you saw all of this. And I don't want to be revered. And I know you don't want to be revered because our inner critic won't allow for ego. But it's inevitable that that'll happen. And then you will be the light that lights the way in the darkness when everything finally crumbles down. Because they'll remember that everything you said has come to pass. You know? Just stay the course. Just stay the course and keep waking people up. Because, again, if you wake up one person in 10, I had to think back the other day to that paramedic. And I've talked about it on a live stream. But I've reflected on it on a much deeper, more profound level a couple of nights ago. And I thought to myself, I remember when I was talking to her, and for about less than 5 minutes, I was complete. It was like the whole world around us ceased to exist. It was just me and her. I could feel that it was just me and her, and I felt that she felt the same. I had her complete and total attention. And for that 5 minutes, the symptoms of my what's it called again? Whatever that was I had, it's irrelevant now. All of those symptoms disappeared, and I was in a zone with her. And then when I finally got into the hospital, she didn't know where I'd been, what bay I was in. Once she's turned up, and she's that's it. This patient is no longer my responsibility. It is now the responsibility of the hospital, right? So that was all responsibility was relinquished then. So she had no reason to think, I wonder which bed he's in, I want to go and check on him or anything like that. There's no need for that. No need for that at all, right? So where I was situated at that point, and I saw her walking around A&E, and she was lost. Not lost as in, I don't think she was traumatized, but she was just sent into a completely different way of thinking. And because of the fact that she disclosed to me that she knew of other paramedics and nurses and people that she interacted with at the hospital had turned down the jabs. And I pointed out to her and said, did you never ask them why they turned down the jabs? Then it escalated from there. That was when I had her full attention, and I could see in her eyes that that she was putting loads and loads of pieces of puzzles together, loads. It was incredible. And then I thought to myself, throughout history, there have been situations, dire situations, where it's taken one man that came from nowhere, that led an army, that changed the world, right? Or one woman, Boudica, who stepped forward, fought, and changed the course of history. She could be that person. It's probably not, statistically. She's probably not. And statistically, I'm probably not. And neither are you. But we will have played our part in bringing about change. As painful as that change is going to be, and as turbulent as it's going to be, it's absolutely necessary. There is a long history of seeing in Scotland. George Orwell wrote 1984. Whilst that was someone I missed off that list. I do apologise. He's a perfect example of that. But then look into George Orwell's connections. While staying on the island of Mull for 6 months, as it happened. Safety, maybe sort of someone confirmed to him, maybe make yourself a bit scarce for a while. Who knows? A lot of my family went along with it. I wept for weeks at the time for them. I don't blame you, David. And you're not on your own. There are lots and lots and lots of people that can relate to that. Millions of people, millions and millions and millions of people. We had pretend megaphones, powerful megaphones in our hands, shouting from the rooftops, shouting from the hills, overloading people with information. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And we were just seen as just nut jobs. There was a meme that I posted a few years ago, and it just showed loads and loads of sheep working their way to just massive loads and loads and loads of sheep, and then a cliff edge. And this meme, memes are powerful. Keep sharing memes because they get past the algorithms for now. So it showed you loads of sheep falling off this cliff, you know, and then right in the distance, you've got this little black sheep there, right? And it's just saying, this way, this way, this way, going against, you know, with its back to the cliff. That was us. That was us. Yet these sheep were still falling off the end of the cliff. Well, there's still a really, really, really good chance that there are going to be shitloads of people that you can still wake up, because they will have been listening to those conversations in the bank, in the post office, in the pub, at the bus stop, in a taxi. You know, they're going to be hearing this now and think, and it's, so when I said to you years ago, it goes in, you know, even if you think they're not listening, it's still been recorded. So further down the line, all of those things will make sense and come together and form a pattern. And they'll realize that you and other people that they've interacted with about this were right, you know? And because they've come around, they'll then start talking to other people and doing the same thing, because that sudden sense of urgency to turn things around becomes urgent. So they start talking to people. And if they wake up one person and that one person wakes up another person, whilst that person that's just woken one person has moved on to the next person, and then the next 10 people and woke one more person up. It's the butterfly effect. And it's happening. It really is. It's working. But you just can't give up. Don't just sit back and think, all right, everyone else is talking about it now. Everyone else is dealing with it. You've got to play your part, you know? Like I said, you've got one shot at this. One shot. It is our duty, Michael. It is. It is. I'm duty bound. You know, I think as time goes by and they start to hammer down on us harder and harder and harder, chances are I'm going to end up with a knock on the door, you know, and I'll try and record as much as I can. We'll cross that bridge when I come to it. The outrider will love the Highlands. One of the few real wild places. I've always wanted to go to the Highlands, to see the lochs. I really have always wanted to, because it really is wild. The Lake District on the way up to the Highlands gives you a taster. I know all well. Was in the club, so knew pretty much what was in the pipeline. I'm glad you knew that, David. Not a lot of people do. Not a lot of people know about Orwell's connections. So it gave him. He had, you know, he had really, really good sources to create this monumental book that everyone's heard of, whether you can read books or not. You know, have you ever heard of George Orwell? Rings a bell. Have you heard of a book called 1984 by George Orwell? Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never read it. That's your worst case scenario. You know, most people will go, yeah. You ever read it? No. But you've heard of it? Yeah. Do you know what it's about? Roughly. You know? Hoping to loan a friend's camper van for 2 weeks. Would love to drop over and see you on my travels around Scotland. That'll do you the world of good, that would, Michael. Right, listen, guys. We've pushed 4.5 hours. I do apologise for the late start of the live stream, because it wasn't intentional. It was a tech thing, literally a tech thing, and a neighbour thing. But the neighbour thing, I don't mind. You know, keep your neighbours close if you can, because the whole lone wolf thing is not going to work. It's not going to work. So if you can be separate whilst being part of something at the same time, that's a pretty decent balance to strike. What a tough one to achieve. But give it a go. Give it a go. You know, you've made it this far. So I'm going to say good night to everybody. I listened to 1984 audiobook on a solo wild camp, 10 hours long, but it was worth it. I can't think of a better place. Some people would think, why don't you just fucking savor being out in nature and just chill the fuck out and forget about everything? I think reading a book like 1984 whilst you're camping and you're on your own is actually a perfect place to read it, because you can stay completely and totally emotionally neutral whilst reading it, you know, because it is dark. It's dark as fuck. And so is what these nut jobs have got planned for us, you know. But like I said, we've got the numbers on our side. We just need to keep poking and prodding people. And like I said, it all goes in. It all goes in. They'll know. It'll all go in. But we need to try and gradually just splice ourselves away from mainstream society and lead by example, so people look, you know, and then as they go down this dystopian route, because it sounded all fluffy on paper, you know, like it always does, you know, they always say, it's, you know, these politicians, that it's like, look, this, you know, look, this is going to be amazing for you. You're going to benefit from this. It's a change your life, you know. Everything's going to be better because you'll be secure. It's for your safety. It's for your benefit, you know. And they're like, oh, this sounds great. Plus, I'll have all of this information in one place on my phone. You know, this is how this is being sold. So as you continue to turn around to them and say, well, actually, mate, you'll find that your income will be programmable. So if you say anything negative about the current political party in power, which will just be an arm of a one world government, they'll stop you from eating this. They'll prevent you from doing that. They'll prevent you from doing this. Prevent you from doing that. I can't see that being sustainable long term at all, because people will rise up. People have always wanted their freedom. There are people out there that need to be told what to do. There are weak fuckwits out there that need to be guided through life, that have absolutely no idea how to stand alone and fight alone. None. Because there's always been someone there to pick the pieces up for them all the way along. And they've been extremely programmed, you know. But I do think the majority of people are going to be made up of people like us and people that are coming around. That'll make up the vast majority, and that's all we need. And that's where your buffer zone comes in from prepping, because you're going to need that, and you're going to need to be as discreet as you possibly can. You do not want to turn into a fucking food bank because no one else thought ahead. So, but you're not going to lose that sense of compassion or empathy, but you've also got to be quite tough. So it's going to be a case of knowing where to aim that empathy and that compassion to. Forge alliances and allegiances and people that you trust that are going to benefit you, and they can benefit from you. You can benefit from them. The lone wolf thing, anyone that's listening to this, don't go down that route. It's not going to work. We are on the right side of history, Michael. We are. Our police force isn't. And I'm not sure if they ever will be. I think things might change when all of a sudden we've got all these fucking cockroaches with guns patrolling the streets with SIA badges on and blue helmets. You can make this shit up. Hopefully the police will then realise that they've been fucked over, you know. But then our police force, it's nothing. The old police force used to be made up of like ex-armed forces and, you know, people like that. Pretty much. It's like, I've left the army now, I've become a copper. And it's gone to shit. You see, a police officer needs to hold it together no matter what. No matter what, they've got to hold it together. An 8-week course for an ex-school bully victim is not going to give them the amount of. They're not going to have the toolbox that they need to get the job done. Now, looking at that female police officer that was just completely losing it, crying her eyes out. This was footage that's just started to come out now as the courts, they've pleaded not guilty. They pleaded not guilty. Not guilty. Yeah. So was that all AI then? Was that you know, all that footage? Was that all AI? You know, thick as fucking pig shit. But they would have been given a very, very expensive brief, right? A good barrister, a very good barrister, paid for by you. Anyway, yeah. So she doesn't belong in the police force anyway. She should have held it together and took it like one, you know, like bastard broke my nose. Fucking bastard broke my nose. You know, I've met so many tough women in my life. You know, she was inconsolable, crying her fucking eyes out. Right? We don't want diversity hires. We don't want 50% police women and 50% policemen. Right? We don't actually want 50% of either of them. I've said for years now, we can police ourselves. We just need to get organised. That's it. They're just there to extort money out of you and cry when they get slapped. Some people might think that's a little bit insensitive. But look, to be a copper, you're meant to be tough. This is why most coppers used to be ex-forces. You know, now they're all little, you know, shriveling little flowers. You know, scratch my eyes out. You know, if you come any closer, I'll pull your hair. That's how I see the police. Either that or proper fucking roidhead, steroid riddled, egotistical fuckwits, you know. I don't see the police as being any benefit to society at the moment whatsoever. So it's going to be down to us. And on that note, as always, and I mean it every single time, just thank you for spending your time with me, because time is precious and finite. So thank you for spending it with me, and I hope you all sleep well. So good night to whoever the other 11 people are that are watching. Sleep well, and good night, David and Michael. And I'll see you on the flip side. Much love and ciao for now.